Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to the United Nations of Cheese. I'm here in studio number 2, having a good time. I'm trying to keep the dogs out. But if you hear any scratching at the door, it'll be Bonnie and Hamish. Anyway, I've got an action-packed show for you today. Hopefully I'm in sync. Let me know if the audio's okay. Sometimes we have a little bit of trouble, but it'll be nice to let me know in the chat. Of course, thank you so much to all of the YouTube members and patrons. I haven't got a list here on the screen because it's not included in this setup. It's a bit hard to duplicate YouTube setups from between studios. But today we've got 12 cheeses to show you how to make, all the way from cottage cheese down to Havarti. Thanks, Storm Raven, for letting me know that that's all good. So the stream will go for about 5 hours. So I'm thinking, well, it's 7 p.m. here my time now. It'll run until midnight my time. So that's a big one. Hopefully I won't be too sleepy near the end, but we'll all be good. And I will cut in occasionally into the stream where all the videos are, giving you some updates and that sort of stuff. I will be in the chat most of the time, so if you've got any questions, let me know. And we do have a goal today, and the goal is if I get 10 super chats during the next 2 hours and 37 minutes, then we will host another United Nations of Cheese Part 3 on Friday next week. So we will do that. So, without further ado, let's get on with the United Nations of Cheese. Hopefully this all works. Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to the United Nations of Cheese Part 2. Today I'm going to be featuring cheeses like cottage cheese, fundy fog, Havarti, Halloumi, and even some Greek Feta. Bit controversial, but Greek Feta nonetheless. So, sit back, grab a cup of coffee and join me in the chat whilst I play you the United Nations Part 2. G'day curd nerds. Today I'm going to convert 4 litres of milk into my nemesis cheese, cottage cheese. Well, cottage cheese, as we've seen in other videos where I've tried to make cottage cheese before, usually I fail miserably. But today is different. We haven't failed at all. We've managed to create some amazing cottage cheese that tastes like the real deal, or even better actually than the creamed cottage cheese that you buy in the supermarkets. So cottage cheese, it's been produced for thousands of years. It even dates back to Homer and the Iliad, where the Cyclops in his cave made a form of cottage cheese by storing milk in stomachs of animals. Good old Polyphemus the Cyclops. So, cottage cheese is very simple to make. I've cobbled together a recipe using a few versions, and thankfully it all worked out. It does use a little bit of rennet. I used full cream milk in this version. Cottage cheese is sometimes made with skimmed milk. Has a lot less fat, but this one tastes really good. So this is undressed at the moment. But before I show you dressing the cottage cheese to make it a little bit creamier, I'm going to show you how I made this bowl of cottage cheese in my very own kitchen. So first of all, don't forget to sanitize all of your equipment and lay it out on a clean tea towel. Today I'm using milk by Inglenook Dairy. So the ingredients for cottage cheese is 4 litres or 1 gallon of whole cow's milk. I've used pasteurised unhomogenised. 1/16 of a teaspoon of MA11 or MO30. 1/8 of a teaspoon or 0.75 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water. 1/4 of a teaspoon of single strength rennet. I'm using IMCU 200 strength diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water. 1/2 a teaspoon of cheese salt and 4 tablespoons of pure cream. So pour all the milk into your pot and start the heating process. So we're going to heat the milk to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's fairly close, so we can proceed. Then add the calcium chloride solution and give that a good stir through. So I'm stirring for about a minute there. And then add the starter culture. Sprinkle that over the top. Then give it a stir to incorporate it into the milk. Then allow the milk to ripen for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, give it a good stir to stir the cream back in if you're using unhomogenised milk. Just a quick check of the temperature to make sure it's okay. And yep, it's hovering around 30 Celsius, which is good, or 86 Fahrenheit. Now we're going to add the rennet solution. So pour that into the milk whilst you're stirring it, and then stir for no more than 1 minute, or it'll start to set. Pop the lid back on, and we're going to allow that to set for 45 minutes. This is an estimate. We'll see what happens. So 45 minutes later, check for a clean break. And that's fairly sloppy. It wasn't very clean at all. So if it's not set, allow it to rest for another 15 minutes. And then we're going to check it again. So 15 minutes later, check again for a clean break in a different spot. And that's still a bit too sloppy for my liking. So I'm going to plop the lid back on and I'm going to let it set again for another 15 minutes. So 15 minutes later, let's check for the clean break again. It's a bit like Groundhog Day. And that's much better, much cleaner, nice clean break. Big thumbs up by Gav there. Cut the curds into 1.5 centimetre or 3/4 of an inch cubes. So use my curd harp to do the verticals, the horizontals, sorry, and then we're going to do the verticals with the curd knife. As close to that measurement as you can. We allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later. So to avoid fracturing, just gently stir the curds. And if there are any large pieces of curds, then just cut them with the side of the stainless steel spoon. So now we're going to raise the temperature of the curds to 46 degrees Celsius or 114.8 Fahrenheit over the period of 90 minutes. So initially set your timer, and then every 5 minutes we're going to stir to prevent the matting of the curds. So the curds generally stick together. So this is after 30 minutes of stirring. This is kind of what it looks like. Got an hour of stirring to go. Just a quick check of the temperature, it's okay. So this is after an hour, so there's 30 minutes to go, and you can see that the size of the curd is about the size of a baked bean. Just checking the temperature, and we're fairly close to the 46 Celsius. So after the time has elapsed, you can see it kind of looks like cottage cheese, which is what we're trying to achieve here today. So remove the heat. If you're using a sous vide like me, just turn it off, pull the water out and remove the device, the precision cooker. So once it's at the target temperature, then rest the curds for about 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, it should have sunk to the bottom. Then we're going to transfer the curds into a cheesecloth lined colander. I'm using a loose weave cheesecloth there. Seemed to work okay. And then just pour all the curds out in one big lump. So allow that to drain for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to transfer the contents of the cheesecloth into the pot. They should be fairly dry-ish. So break up the curds with your hands into small pieces. You'll find it breaks up quite easy. Now we're going to add the salt, so half a teaspoon. And then mix the salt through the curds. Cottage cheese is not overly salty, so that's why I chose half a teaspoon. Seemed to work okay. Now what you can do now is you can, once you've stirred it through, is just taste and then adjust the salt if necessary. Now I found that was quite good. That was perfect. So now I'm going to place the curds into a bowl, an airtight container for storage in the fridge. So just pour your curds out, your cottage cheese. It's kind of what it is now. There you go. Doesn't that look lovely? And it freely separates. It's quite loose. Nice looking curds. So chill in the fridge overnight, the kitchen fridge at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit. So back to Gav to show you the next step of the process. So there you have it. That's how you make cottage cheese. So let's have a look at the cheese. So I kept it it's in a glass bowl. It's got a plastic lid on it. It's one of those decor saver sort of things. And the cheese It's been sitting overnight in the fridge. It's a bit lumpy. Oh, there's some bits. So it's basically curds that have been slightly salted, and basically this is the undressed version of the cheese. So commercial cream cheese probably uses a little bit different process than this, but this homemade version certainly is cottage cheese. It's a fresh cheese that is to be eaten fresh. It should be eaten within about 7 days. It's very lightly salted. So just by mixing that now, we've given a little bit of its lumpiness back. It's probably could have used a bigger bowl, but we'll get rid of all that, because when we add in the cream, it dresses the cheese and makes it taste a little bit more creamier, I suppose. Now I could do this with my fingers, but the bowl's probably not big enough. Anyway, we're all loose again after being chilled in the fridge overnight. And yes, I'm getting cottage cheese everywhere. Clean table. Right, so what's it taste like? Let's grab a little bit here. Not squeaky or anything. It's creamy. It's a very simple cheese. So let's dress it with a couple of tablespoons of cream. Let's pour that out. Gee, this cream's thick. Come on, cream. Maybe I need to shake. It's pure cream, no thickness added. Oh, and there's a lot of it here. Anyway, let's see if this pours now. Oh, there we go. That's a bit better. All right, so that's 1 tablespoon. That's 2. I'll go 3, I think. Oh, it's more than 3. There we go. That'll do. Here we go. Good, nice cream. Right, so let's mix that in. So this is dressing the cream cheese. May need a little bit more. Not cream cheese, cottage cheese. Yeah, that's looking better. More like a commercial version. I'm trying to keep the fat down. I don't want to add too much cream to it. Maybe 1 or 2 more. Probably a couple more. So we're not very creamy down the bottom. A little bit, probably 1 tablespoon. Maybe 2. Oh, that'll do. Let's mix that through. Yeah, that's a better consistency. So that's more creamier. Doesn't look as stodgy, I suppose. Let's try some, shall we? Let's grab a piece. Yeah, it's a lot smoother. And the funny thing, I only put half a teaspoon of salt in it. And the saltiness, now that I've added the cream to it, the saltiness starts to come through as well. Just a little bit. It doesn't need to be too salty. Because you can add cottage cheese to so many different things. In fact, back in the in World War One, just before World War One, when they were starting to ration meat and stuff like that, they said that a pound of cottage cheese was equivalent to about 2 or 3 pounds of meat as far as protein and fat went for your daily allowance. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I read. So that's how you make nice creamy cottage cheese after you add the dressing to it. And that looks pretty good. I am impressed with this cottage cheese. So yeah, we'll eat that over the next week. I don't know if I'd go any further because it's, like I said, it's fresh cheese, lightly salted. And thankfully, I only used the 4 litres of milk because, you know, all the recipes that I saw were for like 8 litres of milk, and that'd be double the size of this. What are you going to do with that much cottage cheese? Anyway, I'm glad I used a smaller amount and it worked out really well. So there you go, I've beaten the nemesis cottage cheese. Let me know what you think of cottage cheese in the comments down below. I would love to hear your opinion on the process and what you think if you've made it yourself at home. So don't forget, you can buy the cultures, the rennet and the calcium chloride, the only ingredients I really use for this cheese, at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. So pop over there now. I will list the cultures, the rennet and the calcium chloride that I used in the description down below. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. G'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making dry jack. Now, dry jack is a cheese from California in the United States, and it was invented around 1915 when an oversupply of Monterey Jack was first rubbed with oil and soot and pepper. Yes, soot, as in like ash that we use in cheese making today. However, it took one smart gentleman to go and use cocoa powder and pepper and oil instead of using the ash, and thus created dry jack. Now, dry jack is usually aged between 6 months and 1 year. However, because I've made a smaller version of dry jack, only being about a kilogram in weight, I've decided only to age it for about 3 months. So, follow me along as we make dry jack cheese. So begin by sanitizing all of your equipment and laying it on a clean tea towel. The ingredients for dry jack are 10 litres or 2.5 gallons of cow's milk, pasteurised and unhomogenised, 1/8 of a teaspoon of MA 4000 series culture, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of single strength liquid rennet. I'm using IMCU 200. That has been diluted in 60 millilitres or quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. Half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride if you're using pasteurised milk. That's also diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. 2.5% salt by weight of curds. 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder, 1 teaspoon of white pepper, and 2 tablespoons of olive oil. So using a water bath and a sous vide, heat your milk up to 33 degrees Celsius or 92 degrees Fahrenheit. Once it's reached the target temperature, just make sure you check it there. We're now going to add the starter cultures. I'm going to sprinkle the starter culture over the surface of the milk. So cover the milk and allow it to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, just stir the starter cultures into the milk. Just do that for about a minute. Just cover again and allow the milk to ripen for 45 minutes. So after 45 minutes, just give it a quick stir. And we're going to add in the calcium chloride solution. Just give that a stir for about a minute. And then we're going to add the rennet solution. There we go, and stir for no more than 1 minute. Just still the milk and cover, and then we're going to allow the milk to sit for 40 minutes. This is the coagulation time. So after 40 minutes, check for a clean break. Just use my knife, turn it 45 degrees, and there we go. Nice clean split. Lovely. Just using my curd harp to cut the curds into 1/2 inch or 1.25 centimeter cubes. Just doing the horizontals there, and then using my curd knife to do the vertical cuts, giving us the right size cubes. There we go, all done. So just cover that and wait 5 minutes for the whey to rise and for the curds to heal. You'll see that the curds have shrunk a little bit and have expelled some whey. Just gently give them a stir. And if there are some pieces that are quite large, just use a whisk in an up and down motion and cut them just a little bit smaller. Don't overdo this or you'll get curds that are way too small. So now we're going to slowly heat to 39 degrees Celsius or 102 Fahrenheit over the period of 45 minutes. Now I found that it took my sous vide this long to heat the curds up to the new target temperature. And once it is heated, you'll see those shrunk down to about navy bean size. Then grab a handful of curds and gently squeeze. And if they form a ball and break easily apart with your thumb, they are cooked enough. Yep, they're holding together and they break easily apart. Perfect. So allow the curds to rest for 5 minutes where they'll sink to the bottom. So 5 minutes later. So now we're going to take a sieve and a ladle and remove the whey until just above the curd level. So you can keep this whey, and I'll be making a video very soon called 15 ways with whey, but I had enough and I didn't need it. So as the pot starts to float in the water bath, you can just remove the water. You don't need to maintain the temperature anymore. So we're removing the food for the culture, so this cheese will have a lower acidity than, say, normal Monterey Jack. So stir the curds to just break up the curd mass before we add in cool water to bring the temperature of the curds down to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the Melbourne water that I'm using is some of the best in the world. It is not hard, but if your tap water is hard or not safe to drink, then use filtered water or pure water. So not quite at the temperature yet, just add a little bit more and test. And do that until you've reached the new target temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. So So once it's cooled, stir the curds for 15 minutes. The curds will shrink a little bit more during this small stirring phase. So once the 15 minutes have elapsed, we're just going to cover those and we're going to allow the curds to rest and sink to the bottom for 5 minutes. So using your ladle and your sieve again, just remove the washing water or whey that's left down to the level of the curds again. This just makes it easier to drain the curds in the next step. So just grab a tight weave butter muslin and place that over your colander. I'm just swapping places there. Now we're going to drain the curds through the butter muslin. Just pour that all in there. Get any little bits out of the pot. Now this drains fairly quickly. Now grab a scale and just set that up and then just squeeze the curd mass to get rid of most of the whey. Just gently squeeze it, it comes out. This is because we're going to weigh the curds. Now I'm using a silver bowl there that's been sanitized. Just tip the curds into it and we're going to weigh them for salting. So my curds weighed 1,822 grams or 1.8 kilos. Which equals about 4 pounds, so 2.5% of salt is about 45 grams. So I've just weighed out the salt there, ready for the next step. So I'm going to put the curds back into the pot. Makes it easier to salt. Tip out any excess whey. I know that was part of the weight, but it's no big deal. Now mix in the salt through the curds, just mix it through thoroughly. The curds may stick together a little bit, break those up with your hands. There we go, all fairly loose, lovely. So I'm going to transfer the salted curds back into the butter muslin lined colander. And now we're going to form a ball of curds and place it on a board. So we're trying to get it as ball shaped as possible. Just twisting it a little bit there, just to get rid of some more whey. Make sure the knot is in the middle of the ball. Now we're going to tie the curd bag with some string or jute and cut off the excess. And now we're going to fan out the excess butter muslin over the cheese so that the knot is in the center of the cheese, not to one side. So we'll place a second board on top of the curd bag and we're going to apply some weight to that now. Now using 4 kilogram, I'm using 4 litres of water on a pot, or 8 pounds 13 ounces. I'm going to press that for 2 hours. So after the 2 hours, I've then increased the weight to 16 kilograms or 35 pounds for 12 hours. Make sure you don't turn the cheese over. The knot always stays on the top of the curd bag. So you can leave this overnight if you're running short on time. Just remove the weight once that's finished. And we're going to untie the knot. There's our formed cheese. This was a little tricky because I think I cut the ends a little bit too close to the top of the bag. And remove the cheese from the cloth. You'll see it's got a lovely belly button now. A little bit of hair on there, get that off. So place down 2 mats, and depending on the size of your cheese, of course, on a board. And this is where we're going to allow it to air dry. Yes, it is a nice little belly button in your cheese. So we're going to air dry that at room temperature for 5 to 10 days until the surface is dry to touch. And it must be dry, but it can't crack. Don't let it crack. You've gone too far. Make sure you turn it daily and rub off any mould that you see there with a dry cloth. So that's dry enough for me and no mould on it. Now we're going to mix up the rub. Add 1.5 or 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder. This is unsweetened cocoa powder to a mixing bowl. And then we're going to add the 1 teaspoon of white pepper. I choose white pepper because that's what I had at hand. You can use black pepper, but it has to be finely ground. Just mix those 2 powders together. And we're going to now add the olive oil. Now I use 2 tablespoons. I probably could have got away with 1.5. And then mix that well together because it was a bit runny. And you'll see that in a second. So mix it until you get a smooth paste. And there we go. No lumps from the cocoa powder. Nice and smooth. So now we're going to get messy. And we're going to tip a bit onto the surface of the cheese. And rub it over until you get into every single nook and cranny. This is going to keep the mould off the cheese as it matures. Then turn it over and do it some more. It's like finger painting. It's lovely. There we go. Once you've got an even coating on the surface of the cheese, just make sure to save what's left of the rub for later applications. So let this initial coat dry, but then reapply the rub after 2 to 3 days. You may need to add a little bit more cocoa powder into the olive oil mixture to darken it up a bit. And you can see there I've done both sides, and it is a lot darker than it was before. Now you may choose to put 2 or 3 coats. That usually suffices enough to protect the cheese. So we're going to transfer to the cheese fridge and mature for 3 to 6 months at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit at 85% relative humidity. You can do this in a ripening box, or your cheese fridge can be humid enough. Turn weekly. Now back to Gav for more commentary. So there you have it. That's how you make dry jack. Here's my dry jack. Still, this is after about a week in the cheese fridge. No mould on it yet. And same on the other side. It's dried out a fair bit. Probably could do with another rub. But we'll see how that goes. I'll make sure that there's no oil or any build up there. But I don't think that's going to happen. So it's drying out quite well. So hence the name Dry Jack. Well, g'day curd nerds. Here's a quick update on the dry jack that I've been making. So this is the dry jack at 1 month. It's got a little bit of mould on it on both sides, but this seems to happen on a weekly basis. I cleaned it off at about the 2-week mark, but didn't rub any more cocoa powder and olive oil onto it. So I decided at the 1 month mark it needed another coat just to keep those moulds at bay. Now, I haven't had this in a ripening box, it's just been in the cheese cave. And you can see there with a dry cloth, I'm just rubbing off any mould that I can see there. There's a little bit of Penicillium roqueforti, which is prevalent in my cheese fridge anyway. Just cleaning out the belly button there, getting any of the mould out. I just give the board a bit of a wipe. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to make up another of the cocoa powder olive oil mixture and give it one final coating before it finishes maturing. So a couple of tablespoons of just plain cocoa powder and enough olive oil just to make it into a very thick, smooth paste. So it's about two tablespoons roughly, and you can see there that it's made a nice, thick, smooth paste. There we go. So there is one dry spot where the rub has come off, and I don't know what the reason was, but you can see where the rub has come off, there's a bit of a crack there. But on the rest of the cheese, there are no cracks whatsoever, so the dry rub is working very well to prevent the cheese from drying out. So I'm very happy with that. Same goes on the other side. There are no cracks in the rind of the cheese. There is one little dry spot down in the corner there, but that's okay. There's no cracks on it. So I'm just going to apply the rub again. I didn't put any pepper in the rub this time. I did in the first time, but didn't have any cracked pepper. So just using the cocoa powder and the olive oil, and just paint that on with your hand. Doesn't have to be fancy, just as a nice even layer, and any exposed parts of the rind, just recoat that again. So popping the cheese back onto another mat that has been sanitized, just pop that on. I'm just flipping that over, and then apply the rest of the rub onto the cheese. So I'm getting all the edges there, all of those exposed bits. There was only one really, but yeah, filled it out. So nice even coating. Make sure I'm not filling up the belly button too much of the cheese. So just make sure that it just has a lovely even coating. There we go, perfect. So I'm going to pop it back into the cheese fridge now at 13 degrees Celsius, 80% humidity. So dry jack was, or is, a lovely looking cheese. Some people say it looks like a rhinoceros's butthole, but that aside, it's a good looking cheese. It still has a fairly good coating of the rub on it, which I'm a little bit surprised seeing how much I've had to clean this cheese up. But let me show you, before we start the taste test, how I cleaned this cheese up just before we started the taste test. So here we have the cheese fresh out of the cheese cave. Now some of you may be thinking, oh my goodness, that's not good. Well, it's just mold. Now the mold hasn't penetrated the cheese, it is just on the surface of the cheese. Now I'm using a soft nail brush, and don't forget to wear a mask when you do this. Just a soft nail brush, and I'm just brushing the surface of the cheese. Now a little bit of the rub has come off, but that's okay. There's no problems with that whatsoever, especially when we're just about to taste the cheese. So I'm getting into the little belly button space, making sure that all of the dry mold that has grown on the outside has been removed. Nice and easy. And there you go, there's an after shot, not a skerrick of blue mold on the cheese, top or bottom. Anyway, back to Gav. So as you can see, a nice soft nail brush works very well in cleaning up cheeses like this. It had some surface mold, nothing has gone into the cheese. There are no cracks in the cheese whatsoever, which is absolutely fantastic. Very happy with that. The cheese is firm, as you would expect, seeing it's called dry jack, but it still has some moisture. You can feel it. It's not damp. It just feels like it's not totally dry, rock hard sort of cheese. So without further ado, let's just cut into it and see what it tastes like. From all reports that I've read on the internet, it is more of a grating cheese than anything else. So let's try this out. That cut fairly well. Let's bring it along a little bit. Right. Did we get all the way through? No, not yet. There we go. Right, and what we have is a lovely looking cheese. Oh, smells nice too. Smells like a strong cheddary, parmesan-y sort of smell. So that is really cool. I'm just cut it into quarters. And as far as the rind goes, yeah, sure, there is some rind. It doesn't dry out any more in the middle than it has in the thicker part of the cheese. But yeah, it has variable thicknesses. Because remember, it was in a cheesecloth, and that was how we pressed it. So yeah, I think it's turned out very well so far. Cocoa powder still a little bit coming off on my hands, but that's okay. We have a tea towel to fix all that. And the cheese looks pretty good. So, like I said, it looks a nice colour on the inside. Well, it's a bit yellowish, which is good. So let's just put these bits aside. And we will cut a slice or two. And we'll give it a taste. Now, there are some small mechanical holes. I would expect that because it's not pressed under pressure. Well, not a lot of pressure anyway. So there's no air bubbles or anything like that. But yeah, it's all mechanical and very small. So not late blown or anything like that, which is good. So let's try some of this cheese. It bends and it snaps, as you expect in a dry cheese. This is 2.5 months old. I could have aged it out to 3. It's a very small cheese. These cheeses typically age out, if they're a lot bigger, out to 6 to 12 months to be even drier. But I didn't want it to dry too much. It wasn't cracking in the cheese fridge. I just had it on a pine board in the cheese fridge. The humidity in the cheese fridge was about 80% humidity. Just naturally all by itself. I didn't use a ripening box or anything like that. And it seems to work out all right. So let's try it, shall we? It's got a lovely umami flavour. Bit like, well, it's a well-aged, tastes like a well-aged cheddar and has some notes of a harder Italian cheese as well. Good table cheese, this one. That is very nice. I didn't know what to expect. I'll try some of the outer rind. That is very nice. Definitely dry than a cheese I would normally have. It's grainy as well. You can taste the graininess. No crystals or anything like that. It's not aged long enough. Little bit of, you can't really taste the rub. You can't taste the cocoa powder or anything like that. But yeah, it slight pepperiness, because we did use pepper in the rub as well. So I used some white pepper and the cocoa powder in the first initial rub. Not much of a peppery hit at all, but a nice all-round cheese that people really enjoy, probably because of its unique appearance, but the flavour is just lovely. I could eat this all day. It's really nice. Yeah, that is really good. Oh, so it would, I think, if you grated it, it would be equally as good. A nice burst of flavour there because you got more surface area. But as it stands, you know, I think it's a great cheese. So if you haven't made dry jack yet, I definitely would recommend that you give it a go. It's A delicious little cheese, simple enough. The rubbing was a little bit more extra work, and brushing off the any moulds that formed on the rind of the cheese, but no real issues really. It was kind of like set and forget. Every week or so I just gave it a brush. It was a dry brush, there was no extra moisture added. I didn't use a brine solution or anything like that, because the mould only grew on the surface of the cocoa powder, on the surface of the rub, didn't go into the cheese. So perfect for, you know, easy affinage and that sort of thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to consume these two bits now, and I'm going to vacuum pack this half here, and we'll see if that ages out any further over the next, you know, 3 to 6 to, you know, year, and see if it develops further in flavour. I don't really want to mature it without some sort of protection now. I don't think, I do think that it will start to crack sooner rather than later. But the moisture content's really good. It's not moist. It's certainly a little bit drier than a cheddar, but a little bit moister than a Parmesan, if that makes sense. So in the middle there, with a nice little flavour profile. So give Dry Jack a try. It's well worth it. It's a good cheese to make. So perfect. Really like it. Let me know down in the comment if you tried Dry Jack before, or if you've made it yourself and what the result was. I think this is a great little recipe. I wouldn't change it any way, shape or form. I think it stands on its own. And yeah, it's it's a good cheese. It's a good cheese. I love it. If you like the content, don't forget to give it a thumbs up or a like down just below there. And if you want to see more content, or you want to financially support the channel, you can do so by hitting the join button down below, or there is a link to my Patreon page in the video description. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, today's cheese is Edam, and Edam is a Dutch cheese. It was one of the first cheeses actually to be waxed, and that was due to the Dutch being big traders in the 16th and 17th century, and they needed to wax the cheese so that it would prolong its life and it could travel to all the different colonies and trading partners that they had throughout the world. So here is Edam. Normally it's round, but unfortunately I don't have a round mould. So I will use my normal 165mm cheese mould, and we'll press it just like normal. So on with the cheese. Well, curd nerds, the ingredients are 10 litres of full cream milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture. In this case I used MO30, 2.5 mils or half a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in water, 2.5 mil or half a teaspoon of liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of water. You'll also need some saturated brine solution and some cheese wax. So I'm just getting rid of the excess cream on the top. Now I'll just heat the milk to 31 degrees Celsius or 88 Fahrenheit. And we add in our starter culture. So just sprinkle that over the top and we're going to let that rehydrate for about 30 seconds or so, as it's a freeze-dried direct vat inoculation culture. So we'll give that a stir now. So we stir for about a minute or so, just to make sure that it's all thoroughly mixed through. And now we're going to let that rest for 30 minutes. Thank you, Siri. Just make sure that that's covered so no dust or hair or anything like that gets into your cheese. So 30 minutes later, a bit of the lactose has been converted to lactic acid, raise the overall acidity of the cheese, making it ready for the calcium chloride. Now, this is pasteurised milk, but it's unhomogenized, so I thought I'd add in a little bit of calcium chloride anyway, just to fortify it and make it more susceptible to a good curd set. Now, because the acidity has been raised up, as I mentioned, we're now going to add in the rennet. Now, rennet sets better when the milk is a little bit more acidic than normal. Okay, so as we're stirring, we're pouring in the rennet. Now we're going to stir that for about a minute. I'm going to cover that. Now it took 40 minutes to get a clean break. I'm just going to show you how we do that. Now I did have some viewers mention that they didn't like me putting my pinky into the milk. So I'm just trying another method here. This is just splitting it, making sure we get a clean break with a knife. You put it in a 30-degree angle and just lift it up and the milk breaks. And if it breaks okay, then you can cut it like we are now. If it doesn't, then leave it for another 5 minutes and that should be fine. And you should get a clean break. Anyway, so I've sped this bit up. This is cutting the curd. So I've made the horizontal cuts with my curd cutter. Now I'm just doing the vertical cuts. So we do it one way and then we turn the knife perpendicular and then we do it the other way. And the curd size for this cheese is 1/2 inch or 1.25 centimetres. So I'm going to let that rest for 5 minutes. And that just helps heal the curds. So when you stir them, then they don't split into goo. So we give that a good stir now. You can see they're quite firm, which is good. That's what we're after. Now the curd for this cheese is quite soft to start with. So we're going to bring the heat up by 2 degrees up to 33 Celsius or 92 Fahrenheit over the course of 20 minutes. So it's very slow heating. You notice after 20 minutes of stirring, the curd has shrunk dramatically. So that's a good sign that all's going well. There's no matting, so yeah, don't forget to stir constantly for that 20 minutes. So we're just going to let that settle to the bottom now. Now, Edam is a washed curd cheese. So what that means is we remove some of the whey and we replace it with warm water. Now you can see here I've got 2 pots other than the main milk pot. So this one has water in it. I've heated it up to about 35 degrees Celsius. And in the other pot I've just sanitized a sieve I'll show you the magic of the sieve in a second. So they're just sitting on the side there, ready to go. So after the 5 minutes has elapsed, I've moved the empty pot, taken the sieve out, drained the water out, and I've just got a pot there ready to take some of the excess whey. So we're going to ladle, so put the sieve in, so we don't get any curds in our ladle. Pretty clever, eh? Alright, so we're just going to ladle out the whey until we hit the level of the curds. So it's about 3 or 4 litres, maybe 5, depends on how your curds have sunk. So the beauty of using the sieve is you don't get any curds in the liquid, which is fantastic. We've gone down a fair way, and there's the top of the curds. So it looks like it's about 4, maybe 5 litres, because that smaller pot that I'm pouring the whey into is a 2-gallon pot, which is 7.6 litres. So maybe about 4.5, maybe 5 litres of whey. Now what we're going to do, we're going to take that warm water that I heated up previously. I'm going to pour that into the curds. And what this does, it reduces the acidity of the curds, because we've taken away the whey, pardon the pun, and we're going to wash the curd, and it reduces the acidity. Therefore the cheese is not as strong as, say, a normal cheddar. That's why Edam is a very subtle cheese. So I filled that up to the level that the whey was originally, and we'll give that a good stir. Now you've got to get it up to a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius or 99 Fahrenheit, and that's over a period of 30 minutes. Now you may have to heat it up again to get to that temperature. Now 30 minutes later, after all that stirring, you've washed your curd, and now we're going to drain it. So this is in the main pot. Remember, we do have a pot of whey, so don't tip the other pot out. We're going to need that in a minute. So just drain this out. Now you could reserve the whey. There's not a lot of protein in it. It wouldn't make a very good whey ricotta because it's mostly water at this stage. So just pour your curds into your cheesecloth lined colander. Get it out as best as you can. Scrape the rest. Just make sure your hands are clean. I sprayed mine with vinegar before I started touching the curds. Now we're just going to bundle that cheesecloth into, this is a 165 millimeter wide cheese mold. Sorry, I forgot the name of it there for a second. Yeah, cheese mold. So just make sure that that's all straight. And we put the follower on top, and we're going to press that down, a medium pressing. So I would estimate that's about 25 pounds or about 12 kilos of weight. So I've half closed the spring, the 50-pound spring on my press. And you can see there, there it is, it's about half closed. Just give it an extra twist because as the cheese shrinks, the spring expands. You want constant pressure. Now this is only for 20 minutes. Oh, sorry, for 30 minutes. We press for 30 minutes. In the meanwhile, what you need to do is heat that reserved whey you had for at up to 50 degrees Celsius, which is 122 Fahrenheit. So the 30 minutes has elapsed that we've pressed the cheese. I'm going to take it out of there, and we're going to transfer that into the hot whey. Now I figure that this helps knit the curd a lot better by putting it into the hot whey, and you won't have any mechanical holes in the cheese. So I'm just making sure that the cheesecloth is not going to stick to the cheese. Just loosen that off a little bit and then just pick it up for convenience sake. I'm going to plonk that into the whey. There we go, nice little parcel of Edam. Then we go into the hot way. Nothing fancy, just let that rest. I'll just twist the top off of the cheesecloth there. You leave that in there for 20 minutes. So you do need to flip it once while it's in there, and then I did take the cheesecloth off about halfway through when I flipped it. So take it out of the way, pop it into your cheesecloth, and we're going to press that again. And we're going to press that at a firm pressure, which is, I've got my cheese press at 50 pounds of pressure, which is 22.5 kilograms. So I'm going to tighten the spring all the way up on my cheese press. So you're trying to get the curds to knit as tight as they possibly can. So this is initially for 6 hours. And then we're going to take it out. There we go, there's a bit of a vinegar spray. Make sure I've got no unwanted bacteria or mould on my hand while I handle the cheese. And we're going to take it out of the mould. And we're going to flip it over and we're going to press it again. Just make sure there's no hairs or dust or anything like that on your cheese. And we just repress that, fold over your cheesecloth, put the follower on top, and then tighten up the spring. So all the way down, 50 pounds of pressure again, or 22.5 kilos. Now we're going to leave it this time for 7 hours. Now for me, this was 5 o'clock in the morning, and luckily it was Anzac Day here in Australia. I had to get up for the dawn service anyway. So here's me in my best clothes. I'm going to now put the pressed cheese, the fully pressed cheese, into the brine. So this is how we salt this cheese. We have a fully saturated brine there in the red container in the sink. And we're going to leave it in there for 12 hours. Just make sure there's no bits of fluff or anything like that from the cheesecloth. Did have a bit of trouble with that cheesecloth that had a little bit of fluff on it, so it did stick the cheese. I managed to get that off. So there it is, the cheese is floating. It's a good sign that your brine is fully saturated. So just put a little protector on top which pushes it down under the water. So I just put the top on. It's a little bit full. There we go. So you just let that rest at room temperature. Now I did flip it at the 6 hour mark. And now this is finished. We're ready to take it out of the brine. And we're going to air dry it for 2 to 3 days. So once again, because that cheesecloth had a bit of fluff on it, I had to pick the bits of fluff off, unfortunately. I did throw the cheesecloth into the bin. There we go, nice. I did smooth it down all over because there were some mechanical bumps on it from the press. So that's all smooth, lovely looking cheese. And we are now going to let that air dry, as I said, for 2 to 3 days. And then once it's dry, I'm going to wax the cheese. And then we're going to keep it in the cheese fridge at 13 degrees Celsius for 2 months, turning weekly. Hope you enjoyed the video tutorial. You can pick up any kits or supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We will have a follow-up taste test once the Edam is ready, so stay tuned for that. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be opening up the Edam cheese. And as you can see, here it is. And we'll get a little bit closer in a second. It's been ripening since the 24th of April. And it's supposed to be mature the 24th of June. But we're a couple of days early, but that won't matter very much. Now, it has started to swell a bit. And we'll see what's going on there in a second once we've done uncover the wax. Hopefully it's just eye development, and we'll see what it looks like. Right, so here we go. Get into all this wax that I've got under here. So I must have put about 4 layers of wax on. Well, there's no moisture under the wax, which is a good thing. God. Yes, it is this difficult normally. It's like gift box unwrapping, isn't it? Oh, I'm excited. Looks good so far. Now, it does feel like there's a big air pocket in there, but that should still be okay. Let's get the rest of this wax off. Right, now I have been turning this regularly, so as you can see there's no excess whey, the cheese looks intact. Just get this out of the way. There we go. Let's move all that out of the way. Native wildlife there. Right, let's get this. Right, moment of truth. Let's have a look, eh? Oh, I hear a bit of air coming out there. A lot of CO2 development in this cheese. It's not too bad. It's got some eye development actually, which is pretty good. There's probably not really what it's supposed to look like, but you can see a lot of eye development there. A lot of CO2 is released. So if I hold it like that, that's what it's actually supposed to be like. But let's taste it and see what happens. Oh, it cuts like an Edam, that's for sure. So here's the cheese here. Let's have a taste. Oh, that is amazing. Right, I'll just pass some to my camera crew. See, I don't want to break the third wall, but I did. The fourth wall. How's that?
Oh God, that's beautiful.
Right, so my lovely wife said that's beautiful as well.
Creamy.
So the Edam is like it should be.
Just give me the other half and I'll eat it.
So don't mind those cracks. That's in front of my head. It is a delicious tasting cheese. So as you can see there, delicious, looks amazing. Don't worry about the mechanical holes, obviously a lot of CO2 development. And I didn't even put any propionic shamani in there. But yeah, decent cheese, looks nice. Okay, so as you can see, a fairly successful cheese. I'm not so concerned about the splitting there, the mechanical splitting. That was just overzealous CO2 development. Did swell a bit, but the actual paste of the cheese is quite compact, and it tastes just like an Edam should taste. Well, the ones I've tasted commercially anyway. So, as far as I'm concerned, a successful cheese. Go ahead, try the recipe if you haven't already had a go. You can see that the recipe is on the card at the top right-hand corner up there for the original Edam recipe. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time.
So don't forget that you can visit our shop where you can pick up all of your cheese making needs. Also,
check out the original Edam video. And here's Colby, which is one delicious cheese. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. I brought along some official cheese tasters of the cheeseman.tv channel, which is this YouTube channel. Let's pan over to those now. So what's the cheese taste like, Holly?
Cheese. Oh, that's lovely. Please, please. Oh,
yummy.
that's nice.
And Teddy?
Yes.
What's
give me cheese,
good
give me
boy?
cheese, give me cheese. Oh, give me cheese, give me cheese. Love it, love it. Yummy.
So what do you think of Edam, Holly?
More.
Teddy, what do you think of the Edam?
Oh, give me cheese, give me cheese. Oh.
Would you like some more, Holly?
Please. Oh,
Teddy,
thank
do you want
That's so
some?
yummy. It's lovely and creamy. Oh,
No,
cheese.
Holly, sit
give
down.
Me cheese. Give me cheese.
Teddy? Well, there you go. The official taste testers over. The official cheese tasters give a big thumbs up to Edam. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making feta. Now I know I made feta way back in, I think it was 2010, when I first started making cheese making videos, and it was made using Windows Movie Maker as my editing software. However, it did turn out very nice. This time though, I'm actually using goat's milk. So I managed to find a supply of goat's milk. They've recently come onto the market here in Australia. Which is not ultra pasteurised, which most of the goat's milk is that I've found up until now. So we're going to give it a go, see what it turns out like. I've modified my recipe that I used cow's milk. I've omitted the lipase that I normally put in it because goat's milk has some of that in it already, just naturally. So it should have a piquant flavour when it comes to tasting it, but we'll see how that goes. Anyway, so I'll stop waffling now and we'll get on with the cheese, shall we? Well, thanks, Gavin. The ingredients are 4 litres of goat's milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1/4 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet, 1/4 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride, and we need a 10% brine solution for this cheese, not the 18% we normally use. So we're going to bring the milk up to temperature. We're going to be bringing up to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 Fahrenheit. And we're going to give that a good stir. However, first of all, we're going to be adding a starter culture. You can change this into 2 types of feta simply by changing the starter culture. You can change into a Greek feta by using just a simple mesophilic, or a Danish feta by using an aromatic mesophilic culture of your choice. On with the video. Now, as I'm using mesophilic culture, and it's going to be a Greek feta, cue the appropriate Greek music, as you can hear in the background there. So pop in your mesophilic culture or your aromatic culture if you're going to make a Danish feta. Sprinkle over top and give it a good stir through. So just stir that through the milk. Make sure it's well incorporated. Now, the powder was quite fine with the culture I used. I just used a Mad Millie, and it's meant for 4 litres of milk. It didn't need to rehydrate at all. I took it off the heat because it was starting to get a little bit warm there, just going over the target temperature, so I took it off the steam. Now this needs to ripen for 1 hour. So pop the lid on. It was starting to cool down during that hour, so I had to pop it back on the steam a little bit again. Go. So it did creep up to 31, but that's okay. So we're going to add in the calcium chloride now. Give it a good stir. used to add back in some soluble calcium to set the curd properly. And we're going to add the rennet now, which has been diluted in non-chlorinated water. So we stir this for no more than 1 minute. And we're going to allow this to set for an hour. I'm going to check it after an hour for a clean break. So an hour later, just going to check that for our clean break. Just using the knife method. Oh, look at that. That's lovely. So we're going to cut it into 1.25 or half-inch cubes. Just cutting the horizontals there and using my trusty curd knife to cut the verticals. Now, goat's milk curd can be quite delicate, so I'm being as gentle as I possibly can. Okay, all the way around as well. And instead of the normal 5-minute healing time, we're using a 10-minute healing time for the curds to heal. Pop the lid on. So 10 minutes later, you can see the little bit of whey expelled there, which is a good sign. And we're going to stir the curds very gently. Stir that for, what's the thing works? Oh, there we go, 20 minutes. So we're going to be very gentle. We're actually lifting the curds. So we're not stirring per se, because they are delicate little flowers. There we go. So that's after 20 minutes of stirring. You can see they have shrunk a fair bit. So now it's time to drain the curds. So we're just going to drain through butter muslin. Through normal loose weave cheesecloth. Now I'm going to save some of the whey for this one because I want to drink it. Because I had run out of whey, which is unusual for me. Now it was a little bit soft, so I decided to ladle it in. So it's your choice. If you think your curds are firm enough, then you can simply pour them in, but I thought they were a little bit too delicate. I didn't want to break up the curd structure, so I decided to ladle them in, and they were certainly firm enough after I had drained them. So there's all my yummy whey. Now I could have made a goat's milk ricotta with that, but I bottled it up and used it in a smoothie. It was delicious. So we're going to let that drain for 30 minutes. As per Siri there, when she thinks about it. There we go, drain for 30 minutes. Can't get good help these days. There we go, so it's shrunk back a fair bit. It's even broken off on the side there. So I've got these square feta molds, so I'm going to fill up each basket halfway up. And as you can see, I've got a short side of the cheesecloth there and then a long side, so I can fold it over the top. And then I'm going to put the other basket on top and use that big milk bottle at the back as a press. So scoop half into one basket. Now, it may look like I'm putting more. That's because I made a mistake, but that's okay. So put the other basket on top, and you get the other cheesecloth, however you want to do it. So I just use this cheesecloth and just plonked it into the little basket. Whatever works best for you. There we go, fold it over, put the weight on, and it all looks when it works. There we go, much better. Bit of a balancing act to start with, but it all comes out in the wash. Now if you've got your two halves proportioned properly, it does actually work. Now there's the whey I kept. So I got about 1.5 litres, which was just right. So we're going to press, it's about 2 kilos or 4.5 pounds for 2 hours. So I did have to pull a bit out of the bottom one. So that's what it looks like. It balanced a lot better. So at the 2 hour mark, we're going to join them together basically. So we're going to pull them out of both of the moulds, like thus. And we're going to join them together. So we're going to just plonk one half on top of the other one. Put them into, pop that one into the bottom, put that one on top. So they're both in the same mould now. Just pull out the cheesecloth so there's no, doesn't look messy on the sides. Pop the other mould on top, put the milk bottle inside, and just press for another 2 hours so they join together. Now that doesn't fall over, so that's all good. Well, it's a little bit wonky, but she's all fine. Now 10% brine solution, so you get 2 litres of cool boiled water, 250 grams of non-iodized salt. Start off with 1 tablespoon of white vinegar and 1 teaspoon of calcium chloride. So I'm checking the pH there using some pH strips. The pH, so I put in 1 tablespoon. I probably didn't need to put in any more, probably a little bit too much, but it did work out in the end. So I'm adjusting the pH of the brine. It has to be between 5.2 and 4.8, and you'll see why in a minute. Now I'm just about to put in the calcium chloride. Obviously the salt and the water are in the brine solution already. So I'm just testing again. There we go. So my little indicator tells me that it's at about 4.8, which is okay. So this prevents the surface of the feta from turning slimy during the storage. Reason being is because it's a lower salted brine. If it was a fully saturated brine, it wouldn't go slimy. Because it's only a 10% saturation, it has a tendency to go slimy. Now it's due to the an ion exchange between the cheese and the salt. Now we're going to brine the feta at room temperature for 3 to 4 days for the flavour to develop. Now this is essential. So room temperature being about 21 degrees Celsius. Now it can be stored for over 4 months, up to a year really, in the brine in the fridge. So this is after the 4 days I let it sit at room temperature. And as you can see there, it certainly doesn't look very slimy. In fact, it's quite firm. It's not slimy at all. So the pH balance of the brine was perfect, and it had no issues at all. So after the initial 3 to 4 days at room temperature, you can cut it to the desired size. Now I'm going to cut this in half, and I stored it in 2 separate containers. Just topped it up with the same brine that I used for that initial 3 to 4 days, and just kept it at 4 degrees Celsius. Now that can sit there until you use it basically, but it can be eaten right now. In fact, I'm just going to cut a little bit off now to prove the point. So it cuts well, and as you can see there, it crumbles as well. So it has a typical feta texture, just perfect. Well, there you have it, curd nerds. Let's get on with the taste test, shall we? Good thing about this cheese, and this has been fermenting for about 4 days, and that's not very long. Greek feta normally ferments for about 12 months before you eat it. But anyway, this is only a very small sample. It's absolutely delicious. Not only is it's not overly salty. It's not like it's disgustingly salty. It's just right. This 10% brine solution that I used is perfect. I can see that I'm going to save both these halves in brine. I'm just going to use this brine again, put it in smaller containers and put it in the fridge. So it'll store up to 4 to 6 months, no problems at all. At that temperature, a lot longer obviously. So this will be fine. The cheese will go a lot crumblier as it stays in the brine, and that's perfect. At the moment, this is great for salads. It's a little bit, I won't say it's smooth, it's crumbling in my fingers as I speak now. And the texture on the tongue is fantastic. It's just the feta texture that you would expect. A beautiful homemade cheese. So I think I've cracked the formula for homemade feta. Very, very nice. Not often you get a taste test and a cheese making video in one. Anyway, curd nerds, if you want to check out some other ethnic cheeses, check out my sauce over here. This is made from whey, that is reduced down. It's a Norwegian cheese, very interesting. Also, if you would like to get we sell exclusive feta kits on in our shop, check out littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and as always, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time.
G'day curd nerds. Did you know that this channel is financially supported by YouTube members? Yes, they pay a little bit every month and they get perks. Now we have 6 different levels of membership here on YouTube. So the fresh level gives you access to loyalty badges and live member shoutouts during the Ask the Cheeseman live on Sundays. I thank everybody profusely for supporting the channel. The next level is Young, and you get early access to the how-to cheese video tutorials, plus the previous perks from Fresh. The next level is Tasty, and you get priority reply to all membership comments. The next level is Mature, and you get the previous perks, of course. You get photos and status updates about cheese making and exclusive member-only videos. The next level is Vintage, and you get member-only live streams, and your member name is featured in the end credits of videos. There is then the top tier, which is called Old and Bitey, and you get 50% off any of the merch listed on my merch store. So thanks for considering your membership. The cheesy content keeps on flowing because of it, and really do appreciate any support we can get here on the channel. And yeah, thanks again for considering being a YouTube member.
Well, g'day curd nerds. No, it's not deja vu. I've had to re-release this Fundy Fog video because the audio was out of sync. So my mouth was moving and there was no sound coming out. So, and it was out of sync. So it was like 3 seconds later. Anyway, you may have enjoyed the first one. However, me being the slight perfectionist when it comes down to videos and making sure they look good and people understand the cheese making process, I thought I'd re-release this one and add this little bit at the start of the video. Anyway, welcome to the Fundy Fog video. Over to Gav.
Well, g'day curd nerds, welcome back. Today we're going to be making a new cheese called Fundy Fog. Now, Fundy Fog is a twist on Humboldt Fog, which is a Californian goat's cheese that has an ash line down the middle. Now, this cheese does have an ash line down the middle, but it is a cow's milk cheese. Now, we don't know if the flavour is the same as Humboldt Fog, but it looks the same. And we've taken all measures necessary to make it taste a little bit goaty. Now, when I say we, I mean the author of the recipe, who is Patricia Gauci. So thank you, Patricia, for sending the recipe to me after having invented this cheese, or this variation on Humboldt fog. Now, like I said, it is not Humboldt fog, if anybody's out there thinking of a cease and desist. It is Fundy fog. Now, it's named after the Bay of Fundy in Halifax, around Halifax, Nova Scotia. So the cheese is absolutely unique and the flavour is amazing. I have tasted it, and there is a taste test at the end of this video. Stick with me. I did make one slight mistake that I'll say up front. I salted the cheese incorrectly. I put too much salt on the top and bottom, and I didn't salt the sides of the cheese. Now, I should have done, because what happened is the mould didn't grow as well on the top and bottom as it did the sides. Penicillium candidum and Geotrichum candidum, which are the two moulds that I use for this cheese, do not like too much salt, and they don't grow where there is too much salt on the cheese. So that's a tip for newbies, including silly people like myself, who sometimes forget the rules of cheese making, if there are any rules, of course. Anyway, enough waffling from me. Let's get on and see how we made Fundy Fog by Patricia Gauci. Start off by sanitising all of your equipment. I've got mine all laid out after I've sanitised it there. And the milk I'm using today is unhomogenised but pasteurised milk from Inglenook Dairy. So the Fundy Fog ingredients are 8 litres or 2 gallons of whole cow's milk, 1/4 of a teaspoon of Floridanica aromatic mesophilic starter culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Penicillium candidum, 1/32 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum, 1/16 of a teaspoon of lipase. Now, if you can get kid lipase, that's fantastic. That's diluted in 1/4 cup of water, non-chlorinated water. 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 mils of calcium chloride, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. 3/8 of a teaspoon or 2 millilitres of single-strength rennet, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. I'm using IMCU strength 200. 1 teaspoon of non-iodized salt per cheese, and some cheese ash. So heat your milk using whatever method you want. I'm using the precision cooker and heat it up to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Just checking the temperature there. It looks very close, spot on actually. So first step, we're going to add the calcium chloride solution to the milk and give that a good stir. That adds back some soluble calcium into the milk to help it set a better curd. We're going to add the lipase well before we add the rennet, so add that in second ingredient and give that a good stir. Now we're going to add the Floridanica and just sprinkle that over the surface. And now we're going to add the Penicillium candidum, sprinkle that over the surface as well. And then we're going to add the Geotrichum candidum. There we go. Put the lid back on and we're going to allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're now going to stir the cultures into the milk. So just checking the temperature there, it's spot on still, which is good. Now allow the milk to ripen for 90 minutes or an hour and a half. So after the milk has acidified slightly, just give that a stir to stir any cream back in. Now we're going to add the final ingredient, the rennet. So add the rennet solution and give that a stir for no more than 1 minute. So pop the lid back on and we're going to allow that to set for 60 minutes. So after 60 minutes, it should have coagulated. And we're going to check that by doing a clean break. So put your knife in turn it 45 degrees, and if it splits cleanly, then it's ready to cut. So cut it into 1.25 centimetre or 1/2 inch cubes. Now I did use my stainless steel curd harp to do the horizontals and the verticals, the knife. So allow the curds now to heal for 10 minutes. This stops them from fracturing when you first stir them. So after 10 minutes, you can see a little bit of whey on top. That's normal. And we're going to stir the curds gently for 15 minutes. Now, if there are any curds that are too large, just break them with the edge of your spoon as you stir and stir and stir. So after 15 minutes, you can see the curds are a little bit smaller, not too small. This is a fairly moist sort of cheese. That's why we only stir for a short amount of time. So I'm going to pop the lid back on again, and we're going to allow that to settle to the bottom for 10 minutes. So after the 10 minutes, just remove all the heating devices and drain the water out. We don't need that anymore. Take the lid off. Say hello to the doggos and move the baskets that I'm using. I'm using camembert baskets. They're 10 centimetres. We're going to dip off the whey now to the level of the curds. Now Patricia's recipe, she used 11.5 centimetre moulds. I've only got 10 centimetre, so I had to add a third basket in. So just ladle the curds into your baskets evenly. There we go, up to the tippy top. Now I've found that there are so much curds left over because of the smaller size baskets I'm using there. So I decided to add a third basket, and all I had at hand that was sanitised was a one that was a little bit bigger, but all worked out okay. Now it took me about 60 minutes to use up all of the curds. Just keep ladling it in as the curds drop there. Now this is time lapse obviously, and it is dropping quite quickly, but it took a while, mark my words. Right, so allow 60 minutes for them to now drain further. You can see they've shrunk a little bit. Now they're firm enough because we did stir the curds, so you can flip them in the basket. If you're using a hoop, then just as easy to flip them as well. Obviously I've got clean hands when I do all of this. I wash them in hot soapy water and vinegar. Allow them to drain for another 60 minutes. So 60 minutes later, just going to flip the cheeses over again, and they're going to be a little bit firmer. So it makes it a bit easier. So allow them to drain for another 60 minutes. So I'm going to flip the cheeses in the basket every hour for a total of 6 hours. Now that includes the 2 flippings we've already done. So you can see that they're shaping up nicely and they've got no rough edges. So once you've done that full 6 hours, then allow them to drain overnight. So the next day for me, just going to clean up the board a little bit. Now with a sharp knife, or Patricia suggests some dental floss, you cut each cheese in half around the circumference of the cheese. So watch what I do here. So I'll take one out, and I scored it a little bit. I wasn't too sure about how sharp the knife was, but it was razor sharp. So you can score it all the way around if you want to. However, you get a cleaner cut if you just push straight through. Now if you're using dental floss, you'll get a nice clean cut all the way through as well. Or a cheese wire even. There we go, 2 equal sized halves. And repeat with the other 1 or 2 cheeses that you have. There we go. So make sure you put on some gloves, and we're going to sprinkle on a fine layer of the cheese ash or activated charcoal onto 1/2 of each of the cheeses. Now I use a T-ball and I find this works very well. You don't get too much of a mess. So start from the center and work your way out. Now I used about 1 teaspoon of ash for all 3 cheeses for this middle part. There we go. So a nice fine coating of ash. Now what we do, we put the ashed half facing upwards into the basket it came from, so you can see the ash. And then we put the cut half down, so it's on top of the ash in the basket. And repeat that with the other cheeses. There we go. Now it doesn't matter if it leaks out the sides, because we're going to coat all the cheeses with more ash later on. Now we need these to weld together so that the 2 halves don't separate. So I'm just putting a little food umbrella over the top, stop any beasties getting into the cheese, and allow that to drain overnight. So flip the cheeses in the basket about every 12 hours for a total of 3 to 4 days, or until they are firm and melded together. So a lot of whey still coming off. So this is day 1. So I was very gentle when I flipped them over to make sure they didn't separate. Pop the old trusty umbrella back on and come back in 12 hours. So day 2, you can see they're not leaking as much whey and they're a little bit easier to flip, but still be careful. So I did this morning and night. And then day 3, they're a lot firmer and they're drained a lot better, a lot easier to handle. Now I had them on a tray just to move them off the sink area so we could actually cook. So day 4, this is, and there's very little moisture on the outside and they don't come apart, so that's good. I'm just flipping them over one last time before salting. So I get out my trusty cheese salt, and we're going to apply 1/2 teaspoon of the salt to the top surface of each cheese, and then we're going to rub it over the top. Just gently. Now because there's still a lot of moisture on the cheese, not as much as when we first started flipping, but there is some moisture there, some whey. This creates a little brine solution on top of the cheese, and that helps soak into the cheese. So we do one side. Patricia in her recipe states 10 minutes, but I chose to do 2 hours because I know I wanted a bit more salt absorption. So I left them for 2 hours and then came back to them. Now this did create a nice little brine on top, and I should have rubbed it all over the sides at this stage as well. But flip the cheeses over. Then 1/2 teaspoon each again on each side. On the top, that is. you go. Perfect. So allow that to absorb for another 2 hours. So what I should have done here, and I don't show it, I should have rubbed the salt brine that's now formed all over the cheese, and this would avoid the balding issue, the mistake that I made. So I should have rubbed it all over now. Anyway, so remove the cheese from the basket and then sprinkle all surfaces with ash. So start on one side and then flip it on its side and then just put ash all over. It doesn't have to be perfect, just has got a slight coating on it. What this does, this neutralises the pH of the surface of the cheese and allows the white moulds, the 2 white moulds, to grow very well indeed on the surface of the cheese. So just do the best you can. Probably used about 2 to 3 teaspoons of ash for all these 3 cheeses. So pop them in a ripening box, as you can see there. Make sure they're separated because they need a little bit of room to breathe. And when the mould does grow, you don't want them sticking to each other. So we're going to mature them at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit at 90% relative humidity. And we're going to flip them every 2 days to prevent them from sticking to the mat. At this stage, we're waiting for a mould growth all over the cheese. Now, this is day 21. Due to too much salt, you can see that they are a little bit bald. And I chose not to wrap them because I wanted to see if I could get a full covering. Now, if you have a good mould covering and you've done the salting correctly, not like me, then it's time to wrap the cheeses, and you can do that now. However, I just turned them and left them to mature for the full 60 days it takes for this cheese to ripen. So you continue to mature the fundy fog at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit at 90% relative humidity for 60 days. Now over to Gav.
So we waited for 60 days and the fundy fog is ready. Now I didn't get around to wrapping them, but they are nonetheless done as far as I'm concerned. Now you'll probably notice that, yes, it has got white mould all over, except on the top and a little bit on the bottom. Now I didn't wrap them on purpose because I was still waiting for the mould to grow. Now after 60 days, it's going to be a little bit runny underneath the surface of the cheese. And the reason why I didn't grow the mould on the top was because I salted it too heavily. Penicillium candidum and Geotrichum candidum don't particularly like a lot of salt. So that was my problem. So when I salted the top and the bottom of the cheese, what I should have done is, yeah, sure, salted the top and bottom, but then rubbed it all over. And then it would have been a better all-round sort of cheese. So, what's it going to look like inside? Well, that's the big thing with this fundy fog. It's got a line of ash through the middle, and let's see if we can't see that without getting too much ooziness on the outside and dragging. Oh, that looks pretty good. There we go. Look at that. That is spectacular. And you don't get a lot of, there's a little bit of dragging, but that's from the knife. There's not much you can do about it. You can't even use a piece of dental floss or string to stop it from looking like that. But, you know, the proof's in the pudding. What's it going to taste like? I think, so the paste is, as you can see here, it's runny or oozy, which is good. And in the middle, and I think the lipase may have had something to do with this, in the middle, the paste is a little bit firm. It's not chalky, it's just firmer. Now I'm getting ash all over me here because of the top and bottom, and same as this one. Ugh, getting ash all over my cheese. Right, so let's just cut a wedge off. And still, that's still looking very special. Let's try a piece. I'll just get rid of this Let's just wipe my hands so I haven't got ash all over them. Oh, goodness me. All right, I mean, we definitely need a cracker in the cracker barrel. Just for a little bit later on. Right, so a couple of crackers. Pop the lid back on there. Now I'm going to try a bit of the chalky stuff first. I'll just do it here. So the aroma. Look, there was a hint of ammonia when I opened the box, but I haven't turned it for a week, so that's probably why. But as far as it holding together, I was a little bit worried about that when I was making it. But it has, look, see? It hasn't fallen apart, which is really good. So let's just taste this bit. That is a little bit sharp. You can definitely taste the lipase. So I'm going to taste a little bit like goat's milk, even though it was made with cow's milk. And I suppose that's pretty good because Humboldt fog, which this cheese is based on, is a goat's milk cheese. So yeah, it tastes a little bit goaty, which is well done. Well done, Patricia, for figuring that out. That's nice. So that's the chalky part. Let's try a little bit of the oozy part. So this is a bit spreadable. A bit more there near the rind, and definitely eat the rind. It's got a flavour. You can't taste the ash. The ash is not there as far as flavour wise. It's just neutral. You can't taste it, and you're not going to get black teeth or anything like that. So don't worry too much about that. Let's try this paste. That is lovely. Smooth, creamy. A little bit of goatiness from the lipase, which is great. So that the oozy paste around the rind is a lot milder than what the chalky centre is, which is fine. So for this style of cheese, you're getting two flavour profiles for the price of one. So you get that creamy, little bit mild ooziness on the what is it, about 1.5 centimetres from the edge where the ripening has happened. Not so much on the top, because the top, like I said, the top hasn't been infected. Well, it's not infected. Hasn't been covered by the white mould, which causes that ooziness in the cheese. So it ripens from outside in. Now, what I might do is these ones here. So I've got a bigger one, and you can see same thing. The tops and bottoms are not covered, but what I'm going to do with those is and I've got another one which is the same size as the first one. A little bit of mold growth, but on the sides perfect, no problems at all. But so what I'm going to do with these ones is I'm going to wrap them in cheese wrap and then put them in the kitchen fridge, and they will mature a lot more slowly. And I will keep them in a ripening box if there's enough room in the fridge. Otherwise, I'll put them in the most humid part of the kitchen fridge, which is down in the crisper, down the bottom. So I'll wrap those and age them probably for about another 30 days. I want to see how much oozier they go, which will be great. This one's got a little bit of, starting to get a little bit of Penicillium Roqueforti. I can see just a tiny bit. But that's okay, it's not going to hurt it. And I can feel this one's quite oozy under the rind. So I will wrap those. However, this one's good to eat now. So maybe I should change the name of the cheese and call it Balding Fundy Fog. So because it's got a bald top. Quite cool. So if you enjoyed this cheese making video and the subsequent taste test and the tips for making Fundy Fog, and the recipe, of course, courtesy of Patricia Gauci, one of the curd nerds in the curd nerd community, then give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get more cheesy content. We're nearly at 300,000 subscribers. So if you've got any friends who are interested in cheese making, then get them to log in with their Google account onto YouTube and subscribe to the channel. And they'll get interesting content as well, of course. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to another cheese making tutorial. Today we're making Graviera. So, yeah, this is a twist on the name Graviera, obviously. It's not the authentic recipe. There are, from what I know, the PDO cheese Graviera there are many ways to make it. So on the island of Crete in Greece, they use 100% sheep's milk. On the island of Naxos, they use between 80% and 100% cow's milk, with the other 20%, if they're using the 80% version, goat's milk. So I've chosen to make the Naxos version of Graviera. I love that name, Graviera. So watch me make a 80% cow's milk, 20% goat's milk cheese. It's very similar to, I think they've used a very similar recipe to Gruyere, which is a Swiss cheese. And yeah, it did remind me of that process. So anyway, let's get on and see how I made Graviera. So I made a big mistake when calculating the milk ratios. I actually used 60% cow's milk and 40% goat's milk, but it won't matter in the end. It should have an amazing flavour. So don't forget to sanitize your equipment. I've got it all laid out there nicely, ready to go. So the ingredients for Graviera are 6 litres or 6 quarts of whole cow's milk, 2 litres or 2 quarts of goat's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic B, which is Staphylococcus, Thermophilus and Lactobacillus bulgaris, 1/64 teaspoon of Sacco LPRA protective culture. This is to prevent late blowing in the cheese. 3/8 teaspoon or 2 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and 3/8 teaspoon or 2 millilitres of single strength rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. I'm using IMCU 200 strength, and you'll need an 18% brine solution. So heat your milk to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. I've just done that on the stove top to start with. And then I'm putting it into the water bath to continue to keep the heat constant using a precision cooker. So just setting that up there.
putting the lid on, and then just check the temperature about 10 minutes later to make sure that it is indeed at the right temperature to start making cheese. So all ready to go. So add your thermophilic starter culture. I'm using one that we've got in the store, which is for Parmesan and mozzarella, but it certainly is a thermophilic bee starter. Now I'm adding the protective culture. Now I've only recently found this. It's called Sacco LPRA, but more on that from Gavin in a minute. Just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. So what did I just add to the milk? Well, it's a protective culture. This version I'm using is from Sacco, and it's called LPRA, so LPRA. So it contains 2 strains of lactic bacteria. One is Lactobacillus rhamnosus, and the other one is Lactobacillus plantarum. I hope I pronounced those correctly. So LPRA is a protective culture, and it inhibits unwanted bacteria, yeasts and molds in your cheese. So I just wanted to try it out in the Graviera to see if it made any difference. So allow the cultures to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Just cover them up so no dust gets in there. This will help distribute them more evenly. So stir them into the culture now that they're rehydrated. Let's give that a good stir, top to bottom, round and round. Just make sure it's all thoroughly mixed through. Pop the lid on. I'm going to allow it to ripen for 10 minutes. This creates a little bit of acid in the milk. So now we're going to add the calcium chloride. Now you only need calcium chloride if you're using pasteurized milk. So just stir that through. It adds a little bit more soluble calcium to the milk to allow the rennet, which I'm now adding, to work more efficiently, and you get a better curd set. So stir for no more than 1 minute. And now we're going to allow the milk to set for 40 minutes. So now that the milk has coagulated, we're going to check for a clean break. So get my trusty curd knife, just turn it, see if we've got a good split. Check again, looks a little bit sloppy. So I'm going to cover that. I don't think it's firm enough, so I'm going to wait for another 10 minutes. So that'll be a total of 50 minutes coagulation time. So I'm just going to check for a clean break again. That's much better, much firmer. So I'm going to cut into 0.6 centimetre or 1/4 inch columns. So I'm not going to do the horizontal cuts for this at this stage. So try and get them as small as you can with your curd knife. Now using a balloon whisk, we're going to stab that in an up and down motion to cut the curds smaller. So we're going to allow the curds now to heal for 5 minutes to retain a little bit more whey better. So after the healing time, we're going to increase the temperature of the curds over 1 hour whilst we're stirring to 46 Celsius or 114 Fahrenheit. So the curds are quite small at the moment. They're going to shrink over the 1 hour for sure. If you don't think they're all cut properly, then use the whisk to do that, to stir while you're stirring. So after the 1 hour, we're at 46 degrees Celsius, just spot on. The curds should be about the size of a plump rice grain. perfect. So I've just turned the heat off there. And I've drained the water out of the water bath. We don't need that anymore. Get that out of the way so I don't electrocute myself. Just popping the lid on there. And we're going to let the curds settle to the bottom for about 5 minutes. This just helps drain off the curds a lot better. So I've got my cheese mould. I've got a medium to large basket. It's about a 900 gram or 2 pound basket. Lined with loose weave cheesecloth. Just drain your curds straight through it. I've got a colander under the basket just to help a little bit better. And with clean hands get all of the curds out and into the basket. So use the whey to make the smoothest ricotta that I've ever made, so you'll see that later on in the video. But meanwhile, just pull down the cloth to make sure there's no wrinkles. And then fold the cloth over and place the follower on top. Now we're going to pop that into the press. I'm going to press at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, I'm going to remove the cheese from the press. And we're going to take it out of the basket, turn it and redress the cheese. Now just be careful, this is the first pressing. It may not have consolidated enough for you to turn it, but because the curds were fairly warm, they do knit together very quickly with this cheese. So just pop the follower back on and press again at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for 1 hour. So after the hour removed from the press, take it out of the mould and turn it and redress it again. Looking pretty good. The rind has developed already, so that's a good sign that you're pressing the right amount of pressure. So pop it back into the press again. And we're going to press at a little bit heavier, 15 kilograms or 33 pounds for 18 hours or overnight. So the next day, fresh clothes. Remove the cheese from the press. Shouldn't be much whey coming off at this stage. And the rind should be fully closed and ready to go for the next stage. So before we go any further, just check the pre-brine weight. And it weighed in at 917 grams or 2.02 pounds. Be a little bit heavier after brining because it would have absorbed some of the salt, but not much more heavier than that. So that's a good yield. It's about 10% yield for this cheese. So I'm just going to freshen the brine because I did use it the day before for the Guido's hard Italian cheese. So it needed a little bit more salt, so I gave it a good stir and then put in 2 tablespoons of cheese salt, or maybe 1. Anyway, enough to freshen the brine, to put a little more salt in it to make sure that the cheese did float. So it floats, that's a good sign. So brine it for 8 hours. This will ensure that you don't get a cheese that's too salty, but it'll be just right. Now I did turn this halfway through at the 4-hour mark, but we're just going to take it out of the brine now. This is the end of the 8 hours. I'm going to place it on a drying mat. Just pat it down with a piece of paper towel, just to remove any of the excess brine. And then we're going to air dry it. For 3 days, I turned a couple of times a day. So I chose to vacuum pack it. The LPRA protective culture I put in there because I didn't want it to late blown. It wasn't really about surface mould or anything like that. So I chose to vacuum pack the cheese for minimal maintenance. So I'm double sealing the bag, and we're going to ripen that at 10 to 12 Celsius or 50 to 54 Fahrenheit for 5 months. So you can do a natural rind on this. You wash with a light brine twice weekly for 1 month, then weekly for another month. Then stop washing, rub it with a dry cloth if any mould builds up, and then we age it at 85% relative humidity for a total of 4 to 5 months. So there's a colour comparison to the cheese I made previously. So the Guidos was made with full cow's milk, a lot yellower than the Graviera. And you can see the ricotta that came out of the Graviera whey. Anyway, back to Gav.
So that was how you make Graviera cheese. Similar to Graviera, but not the same. It's Graviera. I've chosen to age this for 5 months I've vacuum packed it. There is a way to make it with a natural rind, and I did add in the additional starter culture that inhibits mold and yeast growth on the surface. I just want to see how it goes in vacuum packing. I think this is an easier alternative for home cheese makers. So 5 months, I let it dry out. 5 months maturation. I let it dry out, air dried for 3 days. So the rind was fairly dry, definitely touch dry anyway. And it's not weeping any more whey, so I thought it was fairly safe to vacuum pack it. If you press it in, it's a little bit moist. You can press it in a little bit. It's not rock hard, especially not at this stage since we've just made it. Anyway, there'll be a taste test in 5 months' time. I've scheduled it for 23rd of June 2022. So I will see you then, and we can do a taste test on the Graviera. Well, I hope you enjoyed this cheese making video. If you did, give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more cheesy content like this one, then don't forget to hit subscribe and the little bell to get notified of other cheesy videos. If you want to buy ingredients and equipment to make this cheese, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a taste test for Graviera. So this Graviera is one I've made myself, and it is has been aged for 5 months in plastic, and I did add LPRA as a protective culture to this one, just to make sure that I didn't get any unwanted mold growth on the outside. I did have it outside for a little bit in a ripening box for about a week or so, and then I decided to vacuum pack it anyway. So it is a Greek style cheese, one of the few cheeses that they use for the dish saganaki, which just means a small frying pan. And they fry up the cheese with a bit of flour and some olive oil. And in some places, they put a bit of ouzo in and set the ouzo on fire and say funny Greek words. Anyway, A lot of people have been waiting for this one. I've had a few people ask me, where is the taste test for Graviera? And as you know, I called it Gaviera in the first instance, just as a bit of a joke, seeing my name's Gavin. All right, so pulling it out of the bag, there's no moisture per se. Smells good. It's actually got, would you believe, incredible. On the outside, it's got some calcium lactate crystals on it. Let me just see if I can capture that. So you can see these crystals here on the outside. On the surface, they're definitely, it's not the cheese itself, definitely crystals that are grown. A little bit on the outside as well. But because the bag had puffed up, I think the seal was broken. Little tiny bit of blue mold growth there, Penicillium roque 40. So it won't change the flavour or anything, but certainly these cheese crystals will, and that'd be an amazing thing. So let me just get rid of the bag. So let's cut into this cheese. The Greeks used the same sort of method as the Swiss do for their Alpine style cheeses for this one, which is probably why we got crystals. It's fairly hard. If I remember rightly, I used Thermo B as the starter culture for it. And let's have a look. Yeah, look, a little bit of late blowing. Well, it's not late blowing, it's just a little bit of eye development. There's no late blowing there because it'll be a fissure down the middle and it'll be all puffed up, but it's not, which is great. Smells good too. It's a little bit crumbly. Well, that's probably just from the knife, but the crystals are all over my fingers. So let's just cut this into quarters. And yeah, it's a fairly firm cheese, which is good. A little bit of crumbliness there, not too much. All right. Now, if I cut it, it may just crumble. No, not too bad. Kind of held its shape. We'll do another one. This is a really sharp knife, by the way. There we go. There's a couple of good bits. Nice bit there. Once again, I'll get rid of these crystals on my fingers. Whoop! So it looks pretty good. I'll get a couple of crackers, but don't normally do this. Now I'm not gonna fry it up. Because it's quite crumbly. There's the bend test. Kind of breaks straight away like a well-aged cheddar. Yeah, I think that'd flour up and you'd be able to fry that without it melting too much. You have to be pretty quick. Thicker piece is obviously better, but let me just have a proper taste test instead of that sneaky little one I just had. There's a little bit of acidity there, a little bit of sharpness, which is good because from what I remember, I did have some of this quite a long time ago, and it did have that flavour. So a little bit of certainly bold in the mouth, earthy notes. It's stronger than Gouda, but not as strong as vintage cheddar. So it's in between those two, if that makes sense, from the videos that I've released lately. It is not as flexible. It's not milky. It's got a nice umami flavour to it. Especially those crystals on the outside. You can taste those little tiny bit of inside, not too much on the outside, more on the outside though. But really good flavoured cheese. This is very good. You know, that's stronger than I expected. As in flavour wise, a really robust flavour. It's really good. Like I said, There's no bitter afternotes or anything like that, which is, you know, perfect. You don't want your cheese to be tasting bitter. So this certainly does not taste like this. It doesn't have a creaminess to it, which is, you wouldn't expect that for this style of cheese as well. But certainly the flavour, robust flavour, perfect, like I said, for making saganaki. So just take a few pieces, put them in a little bit of flour, and then in some just a little bit of olive oil in a frying pan, cook them up. They won't take too long until the flour's just gone brown. Take them out, squeeze a lemon juice over the top. Beautiful. So yeah, delightful cheese. I'll be giving a bit of this away, I think, as well. This is a really nice cheese. What can I say more about Gaviera or Graviera? It is, the Greeks have got something here. It is a pretty good cheese, so I like it a lot. So now that I've fried it up, what does it taste like? Well, apparently I'm supposed to put a squeeze of lemon on top of the cheese, and then you're supposed to try it. So my very own saganaki made from my very own homemade Graviera. So very happy. Oh. That tastes amazing. Oh. So that little bit of flour helped make the crust, so the cheese didn't melt everywhere. But that is beautiful, great depth of flavour. Perfect. So if you want to see how I made the Gaviera or Graviera, you can go and check out the video in the end card. And if you want to buy supplies to make it, then pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy or Curd Nerd Academy over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. G'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Gabenyet Tal Bazaar. So, Gabenyet Tal Bazaar is difficult to say or pronounce if you're not Maltese, but fairly easy to make. Lovely little cheese, and thank you very much to Charlie Pace, who provided me with a recipe based on his experience and, well, him being Maltese as well. So, what I'll be doing a little bit later on in the video is I'm going to be, well, brining, but there's no salt involved, soaking in vinegar and then coating in some freshly ground black pepper. And then you can eat them straight away, basically. But yeah, great little cheeses. So let's get on and see how we make Gabenyet Tal Bazaar. I hope I got that right. So before we start, don't forget to sanitize your equipment. I'm just boiling everything there for about 15 minutes. And with the baskets, their dimensions are 80mm by 80mm or 3" by 3". And I'll sanitize those with white vinegar. So the ingredients for this cheese is 3 litres or 3 quarts of whole cow's milk, at least 3.25% fat, 1/8 of a teaspoon of calf lipase in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, prepared 20 minutes before use, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 mils of single strength rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of water. You'll need some cheese salt, some white vinegar, and 3 tablespoons of black peppercorns. So heat your milk to 36 degrees Celsius or 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Now I preheated it on the stove first and then moved it over to my sous vide or immersion cooker, or what are they called? Precision cookers with a water bath there. Just checking the temperature, see if it's close enough yet. And that'll do to start with. It needs to be at 36 though, but it'll get there. So we're going to add the lipase now. So just stir the milk and then pour that in. So lipase breaks down the fats and speeds up a thing called lipolysis, which adds a bit of flavour into the cheese. Now we're not using any starter cultures in this cheese. Traditionally this would have been made with raw milk, but let that rest for 30 minutes. Make sure it's covered so no dust gets in it. Then once 30 minutes has elapsed, I'm just going to give it a quick stir. And then we're going to add the calcium chloride. If you're using pasteurised homogenised milk like I am, you absolutely need calcium chloride to get a better curd set. If you're using unhomogenised or raw milk, then you probably don't need the calcium chloride. So add in the rennet and then give that a stir for no more than 1 minute. So just cover that up and allow the curds to set for 3 hours. Yes, it needs to be 3 hours because we haven't got any starter culture in the milk. Okay, after 3 hours, we're going to check now for a clean break. Check for a clean break, Gav. You can do it. There we go. And it looks pretty good. You would think after 3 hours it'll be set. Anyway, cut the curds into 2 centimetre or 3/4 of an inch cubes. So I'm just using my curd knife and then do it at 45-degree angle. all the way around, and then the other side as well. Now the good thing is we don't have to stir this cheese. So we're just going to let that the curds heal for 15 minutes. So set your baskets up on a bamboo mat on a chopping board and then ladle the curds into the baskets. So just scoop out a ladle at a time of the curds and make sure they're evenly distributed through the baskets that you've got. So keep filling the baskets until all of the curds have been used. This does take some time. So I pulled out the plug because the pot started to float because I'd taken some of the curds out. Anyway, as it lowers, drains, then just top it up with another ladle worth of curds. Now this took about an hour. So still filling. Still draining. Another top up and another drain. Exciting stuff. Okay, that's the last of the curds. I just let that drain for about another 10-15 minutes and then we're going to move on to the next step. So we're going to place the baskets now into a ripening box. Make sure the ripening box has a mat in the bottom. So this is just a safe place for it to drain. Now we're going to pop the ripening box in the kitchen fridge to drain overnight and leave it uncovered. So the next day we're going to remove the baskets from the box and there will be a fair bit of liquid underneath the mat. So we're going to drain that off now. So we're going to flip the cheeses and put them back in their baskets and drain for another 12 hours in the fridge uncovered. There they go. Okay, so we're going to remove the cheese from the baskets now. They're fairly firm. Now, I had a bit of a debacle going on here. I really couldn't decide which plate to use. I ended up finding a rectangle one in the cupboard, and that seemed to fit the bill. So place them on a bamboo draining mat on a plate. Now, as you can see, I should have turned the bamboo mat around the other way, turned it by 90 degrees, and I wouldn't have had a problem. Not like that, Gav. Anyway, using a 1/4 teaspoon of salt per cheese, sprinkle that over the top of each cheese. Now, because there's no lactic bacteria in this cheese, because I use pasteurised homogenised milk, probably doesn't matter if you use iodised salt, but I'm erring on the side of caution. So we're going to place that back in the fridge for 12 hours so the salt absorbs. So after 12 hours we're going to turn each cheese over. Now, there may be a bit of whey under the mat, so let's make a decision there and drain that off. Just cleaning up the plate and popping the cheeses back on now they've been turned over. So using 1/4 teaspoon per cheese, we're going to salt each top again. No need to rub or anything like that. Then place them back in the fridge for another 12 hours so the salt absorbs. So keep the cheese in the fridge for 14 days and turn it every other day. These will help it dry out. It's fairly moist cheese. Now I did replace the bamboo mat with another one I'd sanitised about 7-day mark because the bamboo mat holds a lot of the moisture. So after the 14 days, place the cheese in a container or 2 if you don't have any big ones. And then we're going to cover with white vinegar all the way. So I just pop the lid on the top of each container, keep any bugs out. I'm going to allow that to soak for 4 hours. So meanwhile, while you're waiting, grind 3 tablespoons of black peppercorn. I'm just using a mortar and pestle there. Now you can use a dedicated coffee grinder or a pepper grinder, pepper mill if you want to, but I find that this is quite quick. It took me about 5 minutes to grind the pepper. And there it is. It's a fairly coarse grind, but a grind nonetheless. So once the 4 hours have elapsed for your vinegar soaking, just set everything up on your table. You'll need a plate. Just move those out of the way. Just pour the ground pepper onto the plate and just shake it out. And give it a shimmy and spread it all over the plate. Get that out of the way so I don't bang it over. Alrighty. Where'd he go? Oh, there we are. Got the other plate again. Wrong way, Gav. That's the way you do it. Alrighty. So we're going to remove the cheese from the vinegar. And just be careful. And while they're still damp, we're going to roll the cheese in the ground pepper. Make sure you've got a complete coverage on the cheese, because you want it spicy. Okay, that should be enough. Don't want to miss any bits. So I'm just putting that on a clean bamboo mat on the plate, just to allow that to dry, and hopefully the pepper will stick to it a bit better. And then I commence to do the rest of them. There we go, number 3. Just do as best you can. Doesn't have to be perfect. And lucky last. So I let them rest for about 30 minutes so the pepper would stick before consuming. Anyway, back to Gav. So that's how you make Jebnit Tal Bazar, a lovely little Maltese cheese. So let's taste it, I suppose. I've never tasted cheese that has been soaked in vinegar. Anyway, let's have a look. So I'll take the biggest, fattest, plumpest one and pop it on a plate. Just get these out the way. Ooh, hang on. The They have been dried out for about 30 minutes since I put the pepper on them. Now, the recipe does state that you can store them in a clean mason jar. I don't think you soak them in anything else. I think this is how it is. The instructions aren't any more specific. So if you know anything more than how to store the Jebneet Tel Bazaar, then I would love to know. But because it's a fresh cheese and it's been salted a little bit, then I would be surprised if it would last probably more than 2 to 3 weeks tops. But yeah, it's meant to be eaten fresh. So let's try the cheese. Just got a normal knife. I'm going to take a little bit out of it. Quite soft, being a soft cheese. And remember that we didn't add any starter cultures to it. The only thing we added to it was lipase, and I used calf lipase. So there it is there. Lovely looking little cheese. It's soft, creamy, not like cream cheese because we made it in a different way, of course. We drained it in little baskets. But I dare say she's going to be fairly peppery. And given my recent experience with the Belper cannoli, I can only imagine what this tastes like. It smells vinegary and peppery. So if that's your thing, then let's try. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, I've got some pepper now. Oh, goodness me. Just a little bit. It's got a nice flavour. The lipase has done something there. Help break down some of the fats. Yeah, very interesting taste. So it's not, it doesn't taste cultured like a normal cheese. It's more on the fresh side. The vinegar lends something to it. Quite nice, actually. It's the pepper. And the pepper, of course, always does what pepper does and burns your tongue. But there you have it. But yeah, lovely little cheese. Very nice indeed. Thank you, Charlie, for recommending it to me and for providing the recipe. I would have never have found it any other way, but let me just have this last piece. Yeah, 4 hours in the vinegar is just right. Wouldn't do it any other way. Now, I dare say if I used raw goat or sheep or cow's milk, then it would be a bit different and it would have a more robust flavour. But I like it how it is. It's quite nice. So the peppery, vinegary, the cheese, it's salted. You can taste just a little bit of salt there, so the salt's just right. But yeah, great all-round cheese. I like it a lot. So I dare say if you've got any Maltese friends and they haven't been able to get their hands on Jebneet Tel Bazaar before, or where you live, then make it for them and they will love you for it. I dare say, seeing I've gone from an authentic sort of recipe, it is the real deal. So give it a go and you will surprise not only yourself, but your Maltese friends as well. Okay, I can't really suggest a kit. I think just buying the individual ingredients would be fine. You know, like I said, it's milk, lipase and salt, and obviously vinegar and pepper. Very simple little cheese to make. Just got to get your hands on some little baskets to mould the cheese in. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so, and you'll get notified of weekly cheesy video uploads. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. Hope you enjoyed at Jebneet Tel Bazaar. I'll get it right in a minute. Jebneet Tel Bazaar. And yeah, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Did you know that I have written 2 books? Yes, 2 cheese making books called Keep Calm and Make Cheese and Keep Calm and Make More Cheese. Both books have many recipes. The first book has 27 recipes and the second book has 72. Now, they come in ebook form and they're available on all good ebook retailers or in the link down below. Or you can get a spiral-bound version over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Just go to the cheesemaking books section of the website. Well, I hope you take the time to have a look at these 2 books and check out to see if they're any value for you. They are aimed at beginners, so if you think you need a little bit more information, then feel free to search elsewhere for other good cheesemaking books. Anyway, thanks for listening to my spiel. Back to the stream.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making Gouda or Gouda. Yes, I know this is a remake of an old video, but I had a unique opportunity. A company called Louder reached out to me from the Netherlands and said, Gav, do you want to make Gouda using our unique molds? And by unique molds, I've got a couple here. So this is the 1 kilogram Gouda mold. And the great thing is you don't need to use a cheesecloth. How good's that? So the shape of the cheese is actually quite perfect. These molds are fantastic. I had no troubles with them except for pressing. Now, and that is only because I didn't have the correct press to use. Now, they're used in commercial operations, but they can be used manually, which I found out. It has micro perforated holes all the way through, which is the reason you don't need a cheesecloth. So this is the 1 kilo one, which I used during the cheese making video to get a perfectly formed Gouda. And then there is another one which I'm not going to use during this video, but I will in a subsequent video. And this is a 3 kilogram mold. So essentially I would need 30 litres of milk to make curds big enough to fit into this one, or maybe 25. But certainly I found with this mold, the normal 10 litre batch that I use worked perfectly and had the right size at the end. Anyway, let me get on and show you how I made Gouda with the Louder molds.
So first of all, let's have a look at these molds. This is a micro perforated mold, and you can see that there are many holes within it. And there are actually thousands of these tiny little holes. And the reason they are is to give good drainage without the need for a cheesecloth. Also, because it doesn't use a cheesecloth, it also has all these tiny little holes in the follower as well. So because they're there, you don't need to turn the cheese over during pressing. You can just give it one single press and it will form perfectly. However, I didn't know that when I made the video, so you'll see me turning it over during the show. So first of all, sanitize your equipment. I'm using milk by Inglenook Dairy as well during this video. The ingredients: 10 litres or 10.5 quarts of whole cow's milk, an 1/8 of a teaspoon of MA11 or MO30 mesophilic starter culture, a 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride, which has been diluted in a 1/4 cup or 60 millilitres of non-chlorinated water, 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of single-strength rennet. I'm using IMCU 200, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. You'll also need an 18% brine solution, plus you'll need some cheese wax. I've got it listed as optional because you can vacuum pack this cheese. So pop the thermometer in, and we're bringing up to a target temperature of 29 degrees Celsius or 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So because my little setup there does tend to heat up, I've taken it off of the pot of steaming water just so it doesn't get too high during the ripening process. Just move my little toothpicks, which I put under the pot, to let the steam escape. Right, so we're now all set up. We're going to add the starter cultures to the milk. So to sprinkle that over. Now these are direct vat set or direct vat inoculated cultures. You don't need to make them into a mother culture beforehand. So just cover that up and allow them to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to give them, oh that's funky, we're going to give them a stir to incorporate them into the milk. So just give that a quick stir top to bottom to get them through the milk evenly to allow the little bacteria to start eating. Now there's no ripening period. We're going to add the calcium chloride solution straight away. So give that a stir through the milk as well. Now calcium chloride helps set a better curd when you're using a pasteurized milk. So then we're going to add the rennet solution and give that a stir as well. Now we don't stir that for more than 1 minute. Just checking the temperature, make sure it hasn't gone up. So still at 29, which is great. And still the milk. That means stop it from swirling around. I'm going to put the lid back on. I'm going to allow it to set for 40 minutes. So 40 minutes later, we're just going to check for a clean break. Doesn't look too bad. I'm going to put in my curd knife at a 45-degree angle and then turn it sideways and see if that looks clean. It's not too bad, but I think I'm going to wait. Now, if you don't think your curd set is very good, then just wait for another 10 minutes and then check it again. So 10 minutes later, we're going to check for a clean break again. That actually looks a lot firmer, so that's good. Thumbs up by Gav, fantastic. And now we're going to cut the curds. We're going to cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes. So I'm doing the horizontals there and the verticals with my curd knife. Now if you don't have a curd cutter like you saw in the first instance, then you can cut the curd at a 45-degree angle all the way around, and that will give you the same result. So just make sure that the curds are cut an even size, as best you can, because size does matter in this case. Okay, pop the lid on, and we're going to allow them to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, got a little bit of whey sitting on the top, which is absolutely fantastic because it just means that the curds are starting to weep the whey. I'm going to stir for 5 minutes, very gently at the start, so we don't fracture any of the curds. Now if there are any big ones, just cut them with the side of the spoon. So the milk's holding its temperature quite well, the curds and whey I should say. And they look fairly evenly cut. Now, during the stirring process, the whey is coming out, as you can see there. So that was the 5 minutes of stirring, all sped up, and we're going to allow the curds to settle now for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, you'll see that the curds have sunk a little bit to the bottom and the whey's sitting on the top, which is perfect because Gouda is a washed curd cheese. This reduces the acidification in the cheese and gives a much milder cheese. I'm going to dip off 1 litre or 4 cups of whey. I'm going to replace that with some water that I've heated up to 60 degrees Celsius or 140 Fahrenheit and replace it with the 4 cups or the 1 litre. So we're going to give that a stir so it doesn't mat, which these things tend to do when you add hot water to them. Now, the temperature should have gone up to 33 degrees Celsius. It's fairly close, a little bit. We'll see how it goes when I stir it. That's 92 Fahrenheit. Now, if it hasn't quite reached 33, you can actually turn the heat on and warm it up a little bit, which is absolutely fine. In fact, that's what I did during this cheese make. Now, it didn't take long to go up the extra 1.5 degrees. So just make sure that you don't forget that the heat's on and it keeps heating up too high and get distracted. Anyway, we're going to stir and wash the curds with that water for 10 minutes. That's how I turned the heat off long ago. In the meantime, heat up 5 litres or 5 quarts of non-chlorinated water to 45 degrees Celsius or 112 Fahrenheit. Now I've got to the end of the stirring there and you can see the curds have shrunk a fair bit. They're about the size of a peanut at the moment. So I'm going to just cover that and allow that to settle now for another 5 minutes so I can get to all that whey. So 5 minutes later, I'm going to use my sieve and dip off the whey to the level of the curds. So you keep taking the whey off until you can see the curds. Very nice dipping. There we go. There's the curds. So we're going to replace all of that. And the easiest way to see how much water to add is you can see the line around the pot where the whey used to sit. Before we do that, we're just going to give it a quick stir to prevent any matting when we add the warm water in. This just breaks up the curd bundle, slab, what have you. So there we are, all broken up. You can see the curds mat quite easily if you don't stir them. Okay, so we're going to get our hot water, so they're water at 45 Celsius, 112 Fahrenheit, and replace the whey that you just took out. So we're going up to a line that's on the side of the pot, left by the whey. There we go. Now I'm fairly close there. I think I might have not put enough water in, but we're going to check the temperature first because if it's too low or too high, you can adjust it. So if it's too low, the temperature, then we add a little bit more hot water. And if it's too high, then we can add some cold water. So the new temperature should be 37 Celsius or 98 Fahrenheit. So just a quick check, and that's a little bit over 37 Celsius, so 2.2 degrees higher than it should be. So I'm just going to get some cold non-chlorinated water, and we're just going to put that in and adjust the water temperature. So I'm only putting a little bit in at a time, and then check give it a stir, then check the temperature. So nearly there, nearly at 37, 0.7 a degree too high. So we'll put a little bit more in. Give it a stir as we're going along. Let's have a look now. Just about perfect, so that'll do. No more water. So we're going to stir that for 20 minutes, and during that it washes the curd again. So this reduces the acid in the final cheese, making a very mild cheese. And as you can see, it's about the size of a cooked baked bean. The curds, that is. And we can stop stirring now. So we can allow that to settle so we can drain it off. So about 10 minutes will do. And all of your curds should sink to the bottom of the pot. Just makes this step easier. So we're just draining off that water and transfer it into a cheesecloth lined colander just for a quick drain. And I'm just going to break up the curds into small pieces because during that 10 minutes of waiting, settling, it kind of matted together a little bit. Makes it easy to put into the basket. Okay, so I'm going to transfer the curds into the basket. Note that there's no cheesecloth in the basket. Just put the curds straight in there. Obviously, I've sanitized the basket beforehand and cleaned it and then sanitized it. But anyway, transfer all your curds in. So this mold fits the curds for a 10-litre make of cheese. Okay, so all the curds are in there. Now, my press, the basket would not fit under the press, so I had to improvise. So we topped it with the follower. Just gave it a gentle squeeze there. I put a tea towel on the tea towel on top of the follower, and then I had this crazy idea that this cast iron pot would work. Because it is about 5.8 kilograms, so it's 6 kilos. So we're going to apply pressure, 6 kilos or 13 pounds of pressure for 30 minutes with this balancing act, which is not working so well, as you can see there. Keeps moving. It's not the most stable press. But we do fix it later on anyway. So after 10 minutes of standing there looking at it, I actually put a board underneath that gave it a little bit more stability. So this initial press went okay. I didn't have too many troubles. The follower did move a little bit, and the pot didn't tumble onto the floor, so that was a good bonus. So now we don't have to do this step, so I've been told by the makers of the mould. You don't need to turn the cheese. The mould is designed to be a one press only, which saves you a lot of time. Anyway, but the cheese does come out quite nicely, and you can see there the shape looks lovely. Just little bits of cheese or curd there on the sides. Anyway, so we'll pop that back in, and we'll pop the follower on top. I'm going to apply 13 kilograms or 22 pounds of pressure for 12 hours. Now, I thought milk bottles would do, but that's even more unstable. As you can see, not working. Keeps falling over. In fact, we did have a tumble. I had to tape the milk bottles together. But anyway, press aside, you can see that whey oozing out of all those tiny little holes and coming away from the curds. Anyway, this is what happened. Kim and I came up with this fantastic idea. We said, so it doesn't fall off, we'll put it into the sink and press it and get it up to that 13 kilos that we needed. Now I'm going to remove it, and then I'm going to reverse the footage so you can see what I did. So I had 8 kilograms of weight there in the bottles, maybe about 8.5. I had 1 kilogram of weight with the chopping board. I had 5 kilograms of weight with the cast iron pot, which I turned upside down, which actually made it very, very stable indeed, and pressed it into the right shape. So I took that off. So here in reverse, this is how I made the press. I put the cast iron pot, and then I put these boards in the side to stop it from toppling or moving in the wrong direction. I put this board on top. Then I put a cloth, I think. Yep, there we are, tea towel. And then 8 kilograms of weight. So I estimate it was about 13 kilograms of weight. Anyway, so with all that removed again, we're going to have a look at what the cheese looks like after the pressing. So we're going to remove that from the basket. There we go, much flatter than before. Good looking cheese, well formed, lovely even rind and pressing, and there it is in all its glory. Maybe a slight bit of a wobble in the shape of the cheese, but with that press, what can you expect? Anyway, we're going to brine the cheese now, put it in the brine solution for 12 hours, turning it at the 6-hour mark. Nice brining pot. You can use any plastic container for brining. It doesn't have to be lat flash. Okay, so there's 12 hours on the clock. So at around the 6-hour mark, I just turned it over just to make sure it had an even brining, so even salt distribution through the cheese. So after the 12 hours, I got my plastic mat there, and I'm going to put the cheese on the drying mat. Let it drip off a bit first. There we go. Now we're going to allow that to air dry now. It's a good looking cheese. So it came out at 2.92 pounds, which is 1.323 kilograms. So we're going to air dry it until it's touch dry. Mine took 4 days because it's quite cold at the moment here, and it turned it twice daily. So after it's air dry, touch dried, then we're going to wax it with 2 to 3 layers of cheese wax. Now I'm using red cheese wax because that's all I had available, and that is what I'm using. So just making sure there's no bits of fluff or anything on the wax. I do have this wax covered up normally, so normally it's pretty good. You just keep on dipping in the side that's exposed till it dries, and then pop it in. Now, a bit of a tip, you can put the cheese into the freezer before you wax it for about 10 minutes, and that cools down the surface of the cheese and makes the wax dry much, much quicker. So lots of dipping going on. Now I've got grease-proof paper there, that helps a lot. The wax doesn't tend to stick to it. So I'm just getting a spoonful also on the exposed part on the top and bottom of the cheese and just waxing that. Putting a couple of layers of wax on, and there we go. So there's my Gouda ready on the 11th of June 2020. We're going to ripen that at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit for 6 weeks in my cheese fridge. Well, there you have it. That's how you make Gouda. I will age it in the cheese fridge now for about 6 more weeks now that it's air dried and waxed, and then we'll do a taste test on it later on. So sorry that this isn't the complete video that sometimes I manage to do. But like I said, taste test in 6 weeks' time. So the molds performed perfectly. It was the lack of a press, a proper, say a Dutch press, cheese press that I didn't have was the main issue. So great thing is, and you saw that in the video, that Kim and I came up with a fantastic way of getting 13 kilograms of pressure onto the cheese. Anyway, if you want to buy these molds, then there is a link in the description below
to the Louder website. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. If you want any other cheese making supplies, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And thank you to all the financial members, YouTube members and patrons who support the show financially. If you want to support the show financially, then you can check out the links in the description below. Well, thank you, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, and welcome to another cheese taste test. This one is Gouda. So this is the Gouda I made with the Louder mould. Now, you can see some funny things have happened to it, and that is it's got a crack across the top, and it's got a crack across the bottom. Not ideal. I think we've got a case of late blowing, which is caused by a thing called butyric acid, which is present in the milk. This sometimes happens when cows are fed silage. Now it's winter here in Australia, and I made it when did I make it? This was ready 11th of June, it's now the 20 something, so it's about 8 weeks old, 2 months. So yeah, it could have been affected. There is a way around, there's a way to prevent late blowing, and that's called using a stuff called Lysolac, which is an egg white derivative. And you simply add a minute amount to your milk and it prevents this sort of thing from happening. It's commonly used in the cheese making industry to prevent fissures and flaws and a lot of CO2 development. So I'm comfortable with what's happened. Let's see, it shouldn't have affected the taste at all, but let's see if I can get into it without making too much of a mess. So, like I said, 11th was when it was due to be sampled. So we'll get rid of that, and somehow get into the wax. Should be able to get it without wrecking the cheese. Now where the fissures have happened and it's puffed up, it's really tight against the wax. So but it's still got that nice shape that was given to it by the Louder mould, which was quite cool. Going to have a lot of wax bits here. Good thing about this cheese wax is that you can reuse it. I'll simply clean this off with the wax, that is, with warm soapy water, and then I'll put it back in my waxing container, and I won't have any issues at all. Let's get this off. It could be a 10-minute video of just taking wax off cheese. Anyway, let's... Good thing is the cheese is not sticking to the wax yet. It's coming apart okay, and there's no mould under it. And the other good thing about this so far, there's no moisture under it either. Now, as far as the smell goes, it smells very cheesy, which is a good thing. Right, we'll get to the bottom. Now I did put probably 3 or 4 layers of wax. It's kind of stuck to where the where that ridge in the mould was. Oh, come on, come off. You can do it. Come on, Gouda, you can do it. Hey, there we go. So, right, let's get any stray bits
off. Don't want no wax in my cheese. Some on the top there. Bit there. Come on, you can come off. Come on, baby. Right. There's always one piece, isn't there? It's always like there's that one person at Christmas or Thanksgiving. Right, come on. There we go, a little bit more. Rightio. So let's get all this wax on here off of the tasting plate on cutting board. Put that there. Get that out the way. All right, so just a quick shot there. We can see the big fissure on the top and a fissure on the bottom. So I expect there to be some, well, CO2 eye development. Let's cut across the fissures, but before we do, let's have a smell. It smells good. It smells good. So there's no off smells or anything like that, so that's not a big problem. Now, normally I would use the wire cutter, but I wasn't sure, so I'm going to use the sharpest knife, one of the sharpest knives I've got. No, there's no gas release when I did this. Alright, yeah. So, definitely a case of late blown cheese. Now, it doesn't affect the flavour at all, which is a good thing. So, there we go there. It's a nice close-up, so I'll keep that there. And the other half kind of looks like a bit of a Swiss. So the good thing is you can tell whether it's gas development with a cheese and not mechanical holes. If you look at the eyes, I don't know if we can see it there. If you look at the eyes, then you can see that they're actually shiny. So if the eyes are shiny, that means the gas has made those eyes. If they look dull and the same colour as the rest of the cheese, then it's basically a mechanical issue. So it's kind of got a fissure slant going through the middle. I don't know if you can see it there. There we go. So going through the middle, that's what's caused this bulge, as you can see there. So very funky. Anyway, so let's just put that bit there. Stay. There we go. And we're going to cut it in quarters. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh, yeah. No, it's all good. All good. I'll put that on the table. The table's clean. And let's get another quarter of this one. So far as I'm concerned, it's not a failure. It's just this gas production. All right, let's cut a bit. I don't want to cut my finger off, but let's see if we can get a slice without wrecking it too much. Oh, hey, there we go. Alrighty, nice big wedge of Gouda. I'll cut that there. So it's got a nice bit of rind development, which is good. You can just see a different yellowing discolourment there, which is, fine by me. Smells beautiful, absolutely does. And let's have a taste, shall we? Oh, there's a bit of wax there. Let's get rid of that. My pants, as you do. That's it, that's the one. Beautiful, mild, subtle flavour. It's been salted properly. Yep, no problems with the salting. That's delicious. Beautiful. That's nice. What's it like on a cracker? Even better, more texture. Really good. I think Kim's going to really like this one because she does love a good Gouda.
Normally it doesn't have all this eye development, of course, but hey, it's delicious nonetheless. That's lovely, really nice. Nothing quite like a washed curd cheese, and Gouda certainly is in that family of Dutch cheeses that wash the curd to lower the acidity. No hint of acidity whatsoever in this cheese. It's just smooth, creamy, and absolutely delicious. So nice. That's really, really good. Now, pleased with that. Now, it was ripened at 13 degrees Celsius for 8 weeks. I could have tried it at 6. It wasn't as puffy because I was turning it once a week. So may have found less eye development at 6 weeks, but probably the flavour wouldn't be as nice and creamy as it is. There's no nuttiness that you would get with, say, a Swiss cheese that has eye development like this, because I didn't add in any propionic shamani, which is a gas-producing and flavour producing bacteria, which causes the nuttiness in those Swiss-style cheeses. But nice, creamy, subtle, beautiful cheese. Absolutely rate this. Now, I'm trying to get my hands on some Lysolac. Like I said, it's that egg white derivative to prevent this. Add it to the milk to start with, and that stops the eye formation, so you get a nice, clean, smooth paste with your Gouda. Now, I've found that not only have previous Goudas done this as well, so have previous Edams that I've made, and I've come up with the same sort of result. But I've also made Goudas without any eye development or tiny little eyes, and randomly through the cheese, and it's tasted exactly the same. So, look, I would say this is a success. Certainly not disappointed. Glad I waxed it though, and so it could expand. The crack could expand, so that's a good thing. Certainly didn't get any mold growth during that crack time. That crack's been there for about a week, so no big deal. And yeah, I'm really glad how it turned out. Anyway, so that's a Gouda taste test. I hope you enjoyed it. If you would like to make Gouda for yourself, we've got all the supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. This cheese is in the family of washed curd cheeses, which I've mentioned, and it can be aged as little as 6 weeks, or can be aged up for over a year. And with a year with Gouda, without these eyes, of course, you tend to get tyrosine crystals, which are that crystal that crunches when you eat the cheese. You get that with this style of cheese at about 12 months. So, absolutely delicious. Do yourself a favour, give it a go, give it a try. If you can also find some Lysolac, then maybe that'll prevent some of this late blowing. And there's no problems with a late blown cheese, it's just cosmetic. That's all it is. Flavour is perfect. It's not infected or anything like that, as some people may think. But no, delicious cheese. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk Curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be making traditional feta. Now, as you know, I've made feta a few times before. I made one with cow's milk, I made one with goat's milk. Now, always wanting to try something new. This time I've managed to get my hands on some sheep's milk, some raw sheep's milk that I pasteurised, but that's another video. So I've combined the sheep's milk with some goat's milk in the right ratios as per the Greek regulations on how they make cheese. So I put that together and I've got two lovely big fetas in the brine at the moment. Now I'm going to brine those for quite a few months to get the real fermented sort of flavour of traditional Greek feta.
So you'll need 3.5 litres or 3.5 quarts of ewe's milk, 1 litre of goat's milk, which I'm adding there, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of liquid rennet in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, and I'm using single strength rennet there, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, and you'll also need a brine solution. It's a saturation of 10%, which I'll talk about a little bit later. So you start bringing your milk up to the right temperature, and we're going to heat it up to 30 degrees Celsius, which is 86 degrees Fahrenheit. There we go, we're at the right temperature there. And the next thing we're going to do, just take the utensils out there. And we're going to add our mesophilic starter culture, sprinkle that over the top. So I'm using a Mad Millie mesophilic sachet there. You can use 1/8 of a teaspoon. This sachet contains 1/8 of a teaspoon of the starter culture. I've measured it. So that works equally as well. So I'm going to allow that to rehydrate now for about 5 minutes. Just making sure there's no starter culture on my spoon. And we're just going to cover it there. So not only does the lid keep the heat in, it stops any dust or fluff getting into your cheese or your milk. So once you have waited that 5 minutes, just give it a stir. And we're just stirring in the starter culture there. So I usually stir this for about a minute just to make sure that the starter culture has been incorporated into the milk. And I do a final check of the temperature of the milk. And it's crept up a couple of degrees there, but that's okay. Not too much to worry about. Still within the range of the mesophilic starter culture. So pop the lid back on. I'm going to allow that to ripen now for 1 hour. So 1 hour later, take the lid off. Give it a bit of a stir just to make sure the milk is mixed up and the temperature is even. We're going to add the calcium chloride now. And the calcium chloride will help the curd set better because we pasteurised the milk. it adds back soluble calcium to the milk to allow the rennet to coagulate it better. So here's the diluted rennet. Just pour that in now while we're stirring. And we give that a stir for no more than 1 minute. Now if we stir it longer, we may find that the curds are starting to set and you'll actually break and fracture them. So we'll pop the lid on now and we're going to let that set or coagulate for 1 hour. So an hour later, we're just going to check for a clean break. There's a couple of ways you can do this. Use a curd knife. And that is a very good clean break. So it has set very well. So I'm going to cut the curd now. Now it's set so well that it was actually quite difficult to cut. Now I'm going to cut the curd into 1.25 centimetre or 1/2 inch cubes. So I'm just doing that there with my curd knife. I used my curd harp before to do the horizontal cuts. Makes it a little bit easier. If you don't have a curd harp, you can just do the next series of cuts at a 45-degree angle all the way around and you'll get the same size cubes. Pop the lid back on and we're going to let the cubes heal now for 5 minutes. It just makes it easier to stir so they don't fracture later on. Okay, you can see a little bit of whey floating on the top there. That's a good sign that everything's okay. So we're gently lifting them at the moment, just to make sure that the cubes are cut evenly. And it looks like most of them are, which is good. So don't get too vigorous at this early stage, but just gently lifting the curds. And then once some more whey starts to expel, then we can get a little bit more vigorous. Well, I wouldn't say vigorous. We just stir it gently for the allotted duration. So if you need to cut any of the curds at this stage, just do that with the side of your spoon. But now we're going to stir continuously for 20 minutes. So 20 minutes later, the curd shrinks a fair bit. It's down to about the size of, I'd say most of them about the size of a peanut. So you see a fair bit of whey has been expelled there as well. I think let the curds now settle to the bottom of the pot. Just makes it a little bit easier to pour them out when we're draining. So let those settle for about 5 minutes. So over to the sink area, and we're just going to pour that through a cloth-lined colander. Now, the curds are fairly firm, so don't have to be too delicate about it. So once you've got all your curds, you need to scrape it out with clean hands, obviously, out of the pot. So once you've got them all in there, we're going to let them drain now for a while. Make sure you get every single bit of those precious little curds. Okay, we're going to let them drain for 30 minutes now. So 30 minutes later, they have shrunk and all the whey, not all the whey, a fair bit of the whey has drained out. So we're going to scoop half of the curds into each of the 2 baskets. So I've got 2 baskets there. They're just square Feta baskets lined with a cheesecloth. I've just used 1 cheesecloth between the 2 of them. So I'm just scooping half of the curd that I've got in the colander into each one, just to make them about the same size roughly. So So the curds doesn't tend to stick to the cheesecloth, which is good. Makes it fairly easy to get out of the colander there. So once you've done that, just fold a bit of the cheesecloth over the top of the curds. Then I'm going to use 2 other baskets to make a very rudimentary press. So they're kind of like followers. So just squeezing some way out of the cheesecloth that's there. Now I'm going to put some weight on top in a second. There we go. Just make sure they're kind of balanced. So the easiest way to make a weight is to fill up the milk cartons. Now the 2-litre milk cartons here in Australia seem to fit perfectly into the feta baskets. So I'm just filling them up with cold water. And we're going to press those at 2 kilograms or 4.4 pounds for 2 hours. There we go. Usually they don't fall over or anything. Seems to work like a very nice little home rudimentary press. So 2 hours later, just take the milk cartons out. And we're going to remove the cheese from the moulds. Go. Now the cheese didn't stick to the cloths, they came out quite simply. And what we're going to do again is just give the cheesecloth a bit of a squeeze and line those 2 feta baskets again and turn the cheese over and put them into the feta baskets again. Okay, once that's done, just pop the cheesecloth over the top again and same pressing again for another 2 hours. Go, followers on top, and you got your milk bottles on top as well. There we go. So 2 hours later, we're just going to take the milk bottles off for a final time. We're going to remove everything from the baskets, and we're going to place into a 10% brine solution, which I've made earlier. So just going to take the cheese out of the cheesecloths first. So a 10% brine solution is fairly simple. So I'm using 2 litres of cooled boiled water, which is the same as 2 quarts, 250 grams of non-iodised salt. I'm using 1 tablespoon of white vinegar and 1 teaspoon of calcium chloride. Now I find that makes the brine solution pH balanced, so it's the same pH as what the cheese is. If you don't have a balanced brine, you'll find the cheese gets slimy, so it needs to be between 5.2 and 4.8 pH. You can test that with pH test strips. So leaving the brine at room temperature for at least 3 to 4 days before eating, it'll absorb enough salt at that time. However, feta can be stored for a long time. Traditional Greek feta is stored for between 4 and 12 months. So that's how long I'm going to store mine for. So 4 months for one piece and eat the other piece straight away. But we'll have a taste test on the feta coming up soon. Anyway, back to Gav.
So there you go, fairly easy to make traditional Greek feta. The only problem is getting your hands on the raw materials. Goat's milk, not so bad. It's sheep's milk here, well, where I am anyway, is difficult to get. I'd like to thank Graham Strong for providing me with the milk. He owns a property called Arcadia Saltbush Lamb and is doing a bit of an experiment on milking ewes there. So he sent me down some frozen raw ewe's milk, and I've made that. I pasteurised it and I've made that into the traditional Greek feta. Anyway, if you want to see how I made feta using goat's milk, then click over here. Don't forget that you can support the show via Patreon, and it keeps the show going, and I can produce more videos every week. You can also pick up Supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And don't forget to, if you liked the video, give it a big thumbs up. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a Feta taste test. Well, this feta is the traditional feta that I made with the 70% sheep's milk and 30% goat's milk. It's been maturing now for about 2 months. I made it at the start of December and it's now near the end of January. So I'm very interested to see how it's progressed in its fermentation and how the flavours have developed, whether they've got stronger or a little bit milder or what have you. Anyway, let's get on with the taste test and have a look, shall we? So, the feta, here we go. So it's been in a 10% brine solution for that whole 2 months. It's a little bit cloudy because I added a little bit of whey in there, which was fine. So just move that out of the way and pop it on the chopping board. And it slices nicely. It's nice and crumbly. You can see the crumbly texture there. But really, we're here to see what it tastes like. So let's have a look at that in a second. Let's have a look. Can you see the cracker? Nice. Oh. Oh, that's so good. Nice, strong, salty flavour. No, it's good. Really great taste. It's not creamy. It's got, well, it's got a sharpness of a Greek feta, which is what it's supposed to taste like. It's a lot stronger now than what it was when I first tried it. Definitely a hit. Now the only problem is, as I mentioned in the how to make the feta video, was getting your hands on sheep's milk, on raw sheep's milk. Thanks to Graham Strong for that over at Arcadia Saltbush Lambs, and he's produced a wonderful milk, which I mixed with 30% goat's milk. So fantastic, really does taste nice at this 2 month mark. I dare say if I fermented it up to 12 months, which you can, and that's what they do with Greek feta, then it would taste even stronger and be absolutely fantastic. Now I've kept this in the kitchen fridge, is what I've been keeping the brine solution in. So the cheese has been submerged in the brine. Every week I just turn it over, the cheese in the brine, so it doesn't dry out on top or any moulds decide to grow on top. Once it's submerged in the brine and you turn that weekly, you don't have any troubles at all. Anyway, another successful cheese, thankfully. But yeah, if you want to see more cheesy content, check out this video over here. Don't forget to support the show via Patreon so we can keep making more cheesy content. If you want to get kits and equipment for cheese making, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, welcome back to another in the Little Green Cheese video tutorial series. This time we're going to be making halloumi. And there's my finished product. And the ingredients you'll need are 8 litres of whole milk, non-homogenised, 2 mils or half a teaspoon of liquid rennet, which is diluted in 60 mils or a quarter cup of non-chlorinated water, some cheese salt and some dried mint leaves. And there is the pot set up, so a little bit of water in the bottom pot. And there's the 2 essential ingredients, milk, mint, salt. And there is the pot, and I've got it mostly filled with milk now. Just pouring in the last 2 litres or 1 quart. Sorry, that's 2 quarts. Okay, now I'm using non-homogenised milk, so that's cream line milk. Not sure what it's called anywhere else, but we just call it full cream milk. And it has been pasteurised, and it has not been homogenised. Now, if you are using homogenised store-bought milk, you will need to add at least 2, maybe 3 mils of calcium chloride diluted in some non-chlorinated water. Now, I don't have to do that. So we're going to bring the temperature up to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. And then once we've made sure that's at the right temperature, or the target temperature, we're going to be adding our rennet. Now, there's no culture in this recipe because the final cheese doesn't need it. If you did add a mesophilic culture, the process, and you'll see how we go as we go along, it would actually kill the mesophilic culture anyway, so no need to add it at the start. So now we've added the rennet, we're going to stir that for about a minute. So we're going to let that now rest. So I've stirred that in. I'm going to rest for 40 minutes so that can set. Pull your thermometer out as well. And make sure it's covered. Okay, 40 minutes has elapsed, and we're going to check for a clean break now. You simply do that by making sure your hands are clean. Stick your pinky in, and when you pull it up, the milk splits, just like that. Lovely. Okay, we're going to get the curd knife out now. I'm going to cut it into, it's about 1/2 inch cubes, and you can see that's about 1/2 inch or 12 mils, 12.5 mils. And that's a little bit fast, I think it's double speed, so we can get through this a little bit quicker. So you cut it one way, then the other. And we're just cutting it diagonally there. Oh, that's as cut as it's going to be. I shouldn't stir that too much. I need to let that rest for about 5 minutes. Just put the lid back on. That will make the curds, the cubes, have a better body strength, whatever you want to call it. Okay, 5 minutes is up. And we're going to now stir the curds gently, and we're going to bring up the heat to 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit. And we're going to do that over a 20-minute period. So there you go, I'm putting the heat on there. So we bring that up, as I said, to 40 degrees Celsius. And as we go along, any really big cubes we're going to cut. Now there you can see a little bit of time has elapsed there, and the curds are a lot smaller. They've shrunk quite a bit. And because we're only stirring for 20 minutes, they're not going to shrink a lot. However, a lot of whey is expelled in that 20 minutes. So we're nearly finished that. Now we're going to let the curds now rest and sink to the bottom. So it makes it easier to pour off the whey into the colander that we're going to use in a minute. So we're going to let that rest for 10 minutes, pop the lid back on, And then we're going to move over to the sink area. Okay, we'll bring the pot over and we'll drain that. Now we have to retain the whey. So I've got a pot underneath this colander, collecting all that whey. It's not going down the sink because it's it's essential part of the process to use the whey a little bit later on. Okay, so we've retained all that whey into the pot. And there's the curd lump. And we've got all the curds out there. So we're going to make this is a little simple press that I've designed here. It's just 2 chopping boards. So we move the curds onto the chopping board. This is just how they do it in Cyprus, where the cheeses come from. So we just fold the cheesecloth over, and we're trying to make a even sort of square type thing. It'll turn out a square once it's pressed. So we're just making sure that the surface is nice and flat, so there's not going to be lumps into the curd. Just fold all the excess over. So then we then put a board over the top, like thus. And this is how we're going to press it. So I've got 2 litre milk cartons filled with water. So that's about 4 kilos on top that we're pressing. So we pressed for 10 minutes and then we take the board off and we simply turn the curd mass over, and that just helps expel a little bit more whey. It's a bit like a pancake at the moment. Just be a little bit gentle. The curds have knitted together, so it's not that much of an issue. So pop the board back on again and put the 4 kilos of weight back on. Now you'd leave this for 20 minutes. So 20 minutes has elapsed. We pull that off. Get rid of the top board. There we go, into the sink. And now we're going to remove the curd mass from the cheesecloth. Comes out like a big pancake. There we go, onto our clean wooden board. I'm just going to go and get the curd knife, and I'm cutting it about 10 centimetres wide. That's why I'm using my finger there. I measured the finger before and it's about 10 centimetres. So that's about 4 inches. So do the same again. So I'm hoping to get 9 pieces of halloumi out of this. I'll move it along a little bit. That's right there, that's better. So the halloumi itself is about 5 centimetres, maybe 4 centimetres thick after all that pressing. So I'm just having a look. This is the first time I've made the halloumi, so yeah, that looks lovely. It's all pressed, it's not falling apart. I got a bit excited and had to inspect every single piece, but that's just the way it is. There we are. Now, over on the stove, I've got this little rack. So I've just got a baking cooling rack, and I've got some sushi mats over the top. That's all been sanitised. And you'll see what I do with that in a second. So I've just put the pieces of halloumi there, nothing special. And what I'm doing, I'm heating the whey up now, and I'm bringing it up to 90 degrees Celsius. And at around about 90 degrees, you start to get all of the remaining curds start to float to the top of the whey, so you can just skim those off. And you'll see that in a second. Now I've actually, you can see in the other pot, I've skimmed off a lot of the curds that were floating there. It's a bit like ricotta. So I've got it up to 97 degrees Celsius, which is about 200 Fahrenheit, maybe 2.5. So we're going to plonk the halloumi in there now. And this is an essential part of the process. This is what makes the halloumi resistant to melting. So once we've got it in the boiling way, or close to boiling way, put all those in there. Now I haven't added anything to the whey at all. I've just saved it from when I drained the curds before, and just put the halloumi in there. Well, it's not really halloumi yet, it's just blocks of curd. So that's going to stay in the hot whey for 45 minutes, around 45 minutes. And you can put the lid on, turn the heat off. You don't want it boiling away. Now, it actually took about, between the first piece popped up at about 45 minutes. Then I had to keep on, I had to heat it a little bit more. The other pieces started to float, so they all floated to the top. So I'm going to pull those out. In that little tray there, I've got cheese salt and mint flakes, so dried mint. And I'm just going to pop in each piece of halloumi and just roll it around there a little bit. And then I'm going to fold each piece of halloumi over in half. And this is apparently how you do it. Now, I know you can't see that very well, but there's some other pieces in a second that you'll be able to see perfectly well. I'll just move the salt out the way in a second. I'll get clever. So they're a bit rubbery now, the pieces of halloumi. There we go, we'll move the salt out of the way and the mint. And I'll put it where you can see it. There we go. So, a bit rubbery. You just fold it in half, press it down a little bit, and then it stays in place. You can just turn it over, it stays there better. Put the other bit up there too. And then I've sped it up so we can see that what I do for all the pieces. Now, I have seen exactly the same recipe, however you can use fresh mint and put that in the fold and then fold it over. That's quite acceptable, as long as the cheese is salted, of course. However, that method, the cheese is consumed straight away. So what we can do with this halloumi, once we've salted it and minted it, and put all the halves like that, we can actually vac pack it later on, each piece individually, and then we can use it at any given time. So I would say that it would last in the fridge at least 6 months, no problems at all. Anyway, but it won't last that long because we'll eat it all before that, for sure. So these are all fairly the same sort of shape. Hasn't made any too unusual here. They're all about 10 by 10 square centimetres, and once they're folded over, they're a bit thicker, which is good. And I'll slow that down so we can see the last piece. Fish that out. I've just got enough salt and mint left to do the last piece there. Two hands for beginners, I think, Gav. There we go. There we go. And none left. No, there were only 9 pieces. There we go, and we'll put that aside. So we'll just put a little bit of extra salt and the mint flakes, just the remaining stuff, over the top of the halloumi. Just make sure it's well salted. That'll stay and that'll keep for longer. And once I've vacuum packed that, it'll make a brine, and that'll keep really well. And the salt will go all the way through the cheese. Don't want it too salty. And we we can add a little bit more mint, some more mint flakes as well. No harm in that. Like a good minty cheese, especially halloumi. That's how it's supposed to be done. So just make sure that that mint is all over there. And remember that I did put this on a rack. This is on a baking rack with the sushi mats on top. So this is draining away all the time. There we go, perfect. And that's a finished halloumi. So I'm just going to let that rest for about an hour. There it is, there's a close-up shot there. And then I cut some pieces up and put them in the frying pan. And this is how you're supposed to eat it. And oh, lovely golden brown there. And it absolutely tasted delicious. There was enough saltiness, and you could certainly taste the mintiness as well. So there's halloumi. You can keep that in brine, or you can vacuum pack that now for storage. Thanks for watching, and see you later.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Kurdner community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Kurdner community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Kurd nerds, or should I say Guten Tag Kurd nerds. Today we're making handkaas, which literally translated is hand cheese. So hand cheese is a high protein, low fat cheese from Germany, around the Frankfurt am Main area, or around South Hessen. It is formed by hand. The curds are moulded by hand. My curds didn't want to play too well, so I had to mould them using small baskets. During maturation, they kind of flattened a little bit, and they kind of went translucent, which apparently is what happens when you age them. They are great little cheeses, very pungent, and as I said, very high in protein. The skimmed milk that I used for this cheese was only 0.1% fat. Now, handkaas is traditionally eaten in a recipe. You can eat it normally, and we'll show that a little bit more in the video. However, it is eaten in a dish called Handkaas mit Musik, which means handkaas with music. And the music comes from the onions that are added to the dish. Yes, rather flatulent. Anyway, without further ado, let me show you how I made handkaas. Don't forget to sanitize all of your equipment. I've got it laid out on a nice clean tea towel. The milk I'm using today is supermarket standard skim milk. I'm using 4 litres, and the fat content for this milk is only 0.1 grams per 100 millilitres. So it's about 0.1% fat. And the ingredients for handkaas is 4 litres or 1 gallon of skimmed cow's milk. I'm using pasteurised and homogenised milk. 1/16 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, any type will do. 1/32 of a teaspoon of Brevibacterium linens. This makes it smelly. 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of single strength liquid rennet. I'm using IMCU 200, diluted in 60 millilitres or 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride, diluted in 1/4 teaspoon of non-chlorinated water. 2 teaspoons of coarse cheese salt. And during the ripening period, you'll need some brine for washing the cheeses. Now heat your milk to 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. There it is, perfect temperature. So remove your spoon and we're going to add in the mesophilic starter culture. Just sprinkle that over the top of the milk. Now it's going to be an interesting cheese because there is just about 0% fat in the milk. It's all protein. Now we're going to add the Brevibacteria linens. And just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk as well. Now pop the lid back on and we're going to allow those to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, remove the lid and stir the cultures into the milk. Pop the lid back on and we're going to allow the milk to ripen for 30 minutes. This is where the acidification happens. Now that some of the lactose has been consumed into lactic acid, just going to give that a quick stir. Yep, the temperature's the same. It's crept up by 1 degree, but that's no big deal at this stage. We're now going to add the calcium chloride solution and stir that into the milk to add a bit of soluble calcium so that the rennet can set the curds a bit better. Now we're going to add the rennet solution. Just pour that in while stirring. And stir for no more than 1 minute. Now we're going to pop the lid on. We're going to allow the milk to set for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Well, that's how long mine took to set. Yours may vary. Now check for a clean break, and yep, that looks a lot better than what it was the previous 3 times I checked. And we're going to cut the curd into 1/2 inch or 1.25 centimetre cubes. Just using the horizontals of my curd harp there. And we're going to use the curd knife to cut the verticals. So just cut them one way and then perpendicular cut the other way. And you'll get some cubes. Just be as accurate as you can. There we go. And pop the lid on and let them stand for 5 minutes to heal. So now we're going to increase the temperature to 49 degrees Celsius or 120 Fahrenheit. I'm going to do that over the period of an hour. We're just going to give it a quick stir in a second, just to break the curds up. And then we're not going to stir again for the entire hour. Now they're very fragile because, like I said, there's no fat involved. So after the hour, you'll see they've all sunk to the bottom and shrunk a bit, but they have matted together a little bit. So break the curds up with your hands. You see the temperature there is at 49, so maintain the heat. I'm just using my precision cooker. Put the lid back on and we're going to allow that to just rest for 1 hour. So 1 hour later, All of the curds have matted on the bottom, just makes it easier to pour off a little bit. So I'm just going to remove all my heating equipment, the precision cooker or sous vide, and just remove the water. So we're going to put our sanitised colander into the sink and line it with butter muslin or cheesecloth. This is cheesecloth. Loose weave cheesecloth will be fine. And then just pour the contents of the pot into the colander. Now the whey won't have any fat in it or hardly any protein, so it's not worth using for ricotta. You'll be able to use it on your garden. So once the curds and whey have drained, you transfer the curds back into the pot. Give them a gentle squeeze, then the whey out. There we go. Back into the pot. And now we're going to knead the salt into the curds. Just put your 2 teaspoons in there and give them a rough stir through the curds. This is enough salt to salt the curds. All right, so now we've got our 4 little molds. I'm using the soft cheese mold, small soft cheese mold, and just fill those up and pat them down with your hands. Should be able to get 4 easily there. So just press those down with your hands to get rid of some of the whey. Now I'm just using the molds as a little rudimentary press there, just pressing down each basket on top of the other ones until they form up. Doesn't take very long, and a fair bit of the whey will come out. So I'll let them drain for about 30 minutes and then did it again, just to get them to form a shape, which they do really easily. So once they have formed their shape, place the cheeses in their baskets into a mat in a ripening box. Now just turn those every 6 hours and they should be touch dry within 1 to 2 days. Now I haven't clipped the lid on, just loosely. So once I determined that they were dry enough, then you just take the mat out. Clean the container out because you're going to use that for ripening. Just using a bit of paper towel there to get the moisture out. Just take all the baskets off of the mat. Give that a bit of a bang, get any moisture off of that. Pop that into the ripening box and then take your cheeses out of their baskets. They're fairly dry, touch dry anyway, and then pop them into the box. Now make sure they're not touching. Now we're going to ripen the cheese at 10 to 13 degrees Celsius or 50 to 55 Fahrenheit at 85 to 90% relative humidity for 4 to 8 weeks, depending on how strong you want the cheese to taste. Now during ripening, we're going to wash the cheese every 2 days with a simple brine solution. Don't forget to turn them after you've washed them. And there they are. That's about a week's worth of washing. Now after 8 weeks, they turn translucent. Back to Gav. Well, there you have it. That's how you make handkaas. Mine were matured for 2 months. You can, and that is a stronger version. If you want them a little bit on the not so strong side, 4 weeks is probably tops, and they will start to go translucent, but they will still have a white paste line in the center of the cheese, and like I said, be a lot milder. These are quite strong. So these were a little bit moldy when I pulled them out of the basket the last week. They really got a little bit of mold on them. However, all I did was wash them off with a bit of brine, air dried them with the lid off in the container, in the cheese fridge for 24 hours, and they are now totally bone dry. So I've got one that I previously cut into, so let's give it a little bit of a taste. I just wanted to make sure they were okay, and they are. The inside is very translucent, as you can see there. It is, well, it's not even white, it's not even creamy white like normal milk is. It is a little bit flexible. Now you can eat the handkas with caraway sprinkled over the top, a little bit of olive oil or sunflower oil, and eat them like this. But the preferred method is eating them with the onions and the oils and cider, and caraway seeds are a big thing. And that, like I said, was handkas mit Musik. So I will be preparing that in a separate video. In the next video, we will show handkas mit Musik. But I'm just going to try this one now. Yeah, that's quite nice. Very strong taste. It's not bitter or anything. The salt is, it's well salted. And yeah, they are quite nice little things. But with the absence of any fat, it really does taste a bit strange for a cheese. And that's saying something, I suppose. I've made hundreds and hundreds of cheeses on this channel. This one is one of the weirder ones. It's a bit like, dare I say, jelly on the inside, but it doesn't taste like jelly. It tastes like cheese without fat. Not bad at all. I could see why you would have to add things to it to give it a little bit more flavour, I think. But yeah, very pungent, very stinky little cheeses. Oh yeah, smelly socks. And the flavour is unique, is all I can say. I'm looking forward to trying it in the dish handkas mit Musik. And yeah, that'll be the video tomorrow. So stand by for that. Now, if you want to buy the ingredients for this cheese, then you can do so over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and we ship all over the world. If you want to support the show, you can join up as a member or as a patron and get early access to the videos. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you in the next video where we make handkas mit Musik. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds, or Guten Tag, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making, as promised, the handkas mit Musik. This is the Australian version. It is a German version. I scoured the YouTubes for one of the more authentic versions of handkas mit Musik. And this is what I've stumbled across, and hopefully it all turns out all okay. First of all, you need an onion, you need some apple cider vinegar, some vegetable oil or sunflower oil, dry cider or apple wine. This is hard apple cider, so we'll be using a bit of that. And of course, caraway seeds, very essential for handkas mit Musik. So, without further ado, let's make some. It is served on sourdough rye bread, which I will show at the end, and hopefully it's a lot tasty. And you also serve it with some dry cider or apple wine, as they have in Germany. So, let me start preparing this beast. So first of all, obviously the onions. I'll put the two handkas over here, out the way. Get all this stuff out the way. Okay. So they use white onions, as you can see. And we need to chop that into fine little pieces. These will be very They're going to make me cry, I can tell. They're very strong. Oh, let's get rid of all this lot. One thing I didn't have was a bin. Okay, we're going to chop these up into small pieces. I'm not saying this is the correct way to chop up onions. This is the way Gav chops up onions. So I'm just slicing them from the length, and then we finally chop them on the ends, and we get little bits of onions, which is great. Always keeping your fingers out the way. And for the second half, so the onion creates the music or the flatulence. This is going to be so much fun. We'll see how that turns out. I can report back in our community post as to whether the music in fact did occur. Oh, that's a bit strong. Let me just wipe that off. Oh. So into the bowl, we're going to add the apple cider vinegar. And we need 4 tablespoons. This is a half tablespoon measure. Eight. So apple cider vinegar is supposed to tame down the onions a little bit. We'll see what happens. Some oil. So you need 4 tablespoons of this as well. And as I said, I'm using a half tablespoon measure. I don't know where the full one is, it's gone. We need the cider. Okay, so we need 4 tablespoons of cider. There we go. I'll drink the rest of that later. Lovely. And then we need the caraway seeds. Some recipes had them in, some recipes had them on top. I'm going to put them in so we get a bit of flavour from this. And it says we need half a teaspoon, which is 1 teaspoon of caraway seeds. 1 teaspoon, yeah. There we go. That's in there. And that's about it. Let's just stir them up. So there's the marinade for the hand kase with music. The onions don't have to be finely chopped or anything. Oh, smelly. Right. So now we've stirred it all up, let's put the cheese in. So you put the cheese in whole, apparently. It's going to fit. Yeah, there we go. I'll cut them in half, actually. They're too big. Usually it's 1 cheese for 1 person. Oh, these are firm. There we go. And as you can see, there's the insides. Throw that in there. And I've got some other bits left over. Let's throw those in too. Let's just cut those, they're a bit big. Let's cut them in. Smells delicious. They're all in there. Stir it through a bit. and try and kind of submerge them. Now I will stir these probably once or twice. Get them all in there, get in there. So these are marinated then for in the kitchen fridge for at least 12 hours. So I'll come back tomorrow and shoot the second half of the video. And we'll have a taste of what Handkas mit Musik is like. I'm hoping something spectacular. So back the next day, and the Handkas mit Musik is marinated and ready to go. So what I'll need first of all is some sourdough bread. I've got a wholemeal sourdough loaf here that I'm going to slice up, and then I'll put some of the handkas and the onion mixture on top of that, and we'll eat it and see how that goes. Now normally it's served with rye bread, sourdough rye bread, but I couldn't get any of that, so I had to opt for wholemeal. So I think that'll be sufficient. Just a couple of slices. There we go. Put that aside. Oh, it smells delicious actually. So I'll get my plate. And we'll put a couple of slices on there. You can put butter on the bread, but I'm not going to. A nice big fat handkas on top. And maybe a smaller bit there. There's a spoon. Looks pretty good. So the proof, as always, is in the tasting. So just wipe my hand, get some of that oil off. Looks pretty good. So we'll have a piece. The handkas is a little bit softer. Oh, perhaps not this hard. Sourdough bread is harder. Oh my God. That onion is very mellow. The onions, oh, it's just falling apart. Yeah. Right. It's really nice. Probably be better with a not so hard handkas. Oh, and the onions. Let's try the smaller one, shall we? That's better, you can cut through it. And the bread sops up the oil and the onions and the cheese. Oh, it's delicious. Now, one thing I forgot to mention yesterday is that I put some pepper and salt into the marinade as well. I didn't show that on camera, but it certainly has helped add a little bit of, well, salt's a flavour enhancer, so yeah, a lot better. With a, you know, good crack of pepper and a big pinch of salt, so yeah, that worked out really well. Now, I'll finish this off camera, but just to say that Handkas mit Musik, I don't know about the music, we'll find out later, but it is a delicious little meal. Good for lunches, I think. And I'm pretty sure around the Frankfurt area and definitely in the state of southern Hessen, so south of the state of Hessen, it is a very popular dish in pubs. So future Gav here, I'd just like to let you know that indeed the Handkase mit Musik was very musical. Indeed, it was one of the strangest 24 hours I've ever had after eating some cheese. I'll tell you what, maybe it was onions, I think, not the cheese. Now, one funny thing is that in German, grandfather, which I am one, of some German children, my grandchildren, funny about that, go figure, the name is, that they call me, is Großvater. I think that's how you pronounce it, that's what they called me anyway. But yes, it's just funny that in English, grandfather, me, is pronounced Großvater. Very funny. Anyway, back to present Gav. So, there you go. Handkas mit Musik. Delicious little snack. Great for lunch. And normally served with apple wine or a dry apple cider. So, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you want to pick up any of the ingredients to make handkas, you can do that over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I have written 2 books? Yes, 2 cheese-making books called Keep Calm and Make Cheese and Keep Calm and Make More Cheese. Both books have many recipes. The first book has 27 recipes and the second book has 72. Now, they come in ebook form and they're available on all good ebook retailers or in the link down below. Or you can get a spiral-bound version over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Just go to the cheese-making books section of the website. Well, I hope you take the time to have a look at these 2 books and check out to see if they're any value for you. They are aimed at beginners, so if you think you need a little bit more information, then feel free to search elsewhere for other good cheese-making books. Anyway, thanks for listening to my spiel. Back to the stream.
G'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making Havarti. Now, Havarti is a Danish cheese from Denmark, and it was invented in, I think it was around 1850s by a farmer in Denmark by the name of Hannah. Now, Hannah wanted a mild cheese, very mild cheese, and Havarti is one that has a lovely soft palate. It is creamy and it's a delicious cheese. So please join me for this Danish cheese Havarti.
Well, this video was requested by Shireen, and she asked for Havarti. So the ingredients are 10 litres of full cream milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture. Now this is an aromatic culture. You can use Flora Danica, or I've used a special one that I have in my shop. 2.5 mils or half a teaspoon of calcium chloride, 2.5 mils of liquid rennet, 50 grams of salt, and cheese wax. So we're going to bring our milk up to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. Then we're going to add our starter culture. This is a Mad Millie aromatic mesophilic, otherwise known as Flora danica, if you can get that as well. The reason I'm using it is because it creates buttery tones in the cheese, and it does have some CO2 production, so it creates quite small holes or eyes in the cheese without having to use propionic shamani, which is used in Emmental and other cheeses like that. Anyway, so stir that through for about a minute. So a good stir. And then we're going to let that rest for about 30 minutes. So after the 30 minutes has elapsed, we're going to give it a stir and add in our calcium chloride. This is diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. So give that a good mix for about a minute. And then we're going to add our rennet. So this is also diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. So we mix for no more than 1 minute now. Otherwise the rennet will start to set. So we're going to let that set now. We'll let the curd set. I'm going to start off by trying it at 45 minutes. But I actually had to wait for 50 minutes before I had a proper curd set. So test at the 45-minute mark. If it's too sloppy and doesn't get a clean break, then try another 5 minutes. Just wait for another 5 minutes, and there's a lovely clean break there. Nice split. Perfect, ready for cutting. I'm going to cut the curd into 1/2-inch cubes or 1.25 centimetres. So I'm doing the horizontal cuts there, and we'll just do the vertical with the curd knife. Do it one way, and then we'll do it perpendicular to the cuts we've just made. There we go, lovely nice firm curd. So we're going to stir. We're not letting that rest at all because the set time was quite long, so the curds are quite firm. So just give that a stir for about 10 minutes. And after 10 minutes, just allow the curd to settle for 5. Now in the meantime, bring up about 5 litres of water to 77 degrees Celsius, 170 Fahrenheit. You can see there. And we're going to wash the curds. So we're going to now ladle the whey out down to the surface of the curds, and this lowers the acidity of the final cheese. So just take it out until we see the level of the curds. So I've split this next part up, as you can see there. Nice and zippy. So using the sieve, you actually don't get chunks of curd in the way that you're removing. So it's a nice little handy tip, using the sieve there with your ladle. And there we go, there's the surface of the curds. So I have taken about 5 litres of whey out there, approximately. So once you see the level of the curds, that's what you get. And then we give it a stir. This is vitally important, or you'll end up with lumpy, very big lumps of curd after you add the warm water in, or hot water at 77 degrees Celsius. So give it a good stir. And then we're going to replace the whey with the hot water. Now, if I had an extra pair of hands, I would have stirred this while I was pouring it in, but I only got one set, so unfortunately I did get a few big lumps of curd. So what I did, I broke those up with my very clean hands, as I was stirring. So don't be afraid to put your hands into your curds and whey if you need to. Now the new target temperature is going to be 38 Celsius. It should be that all by itself. However, if it's not, if it's too hot, add a cup of water, cold water, and if it's not hot enough, just heat it up with your double boiler until you get to 38 Celsius. So give that a good stir. So we stir initially for 10 minutes and then we're going to add in the salt. So I've just stopped there for a second to recover the salt. So that's 50 grams of salt, or just less than a quarter of a cup. So that's non-iodized cheese salt. So give that a good stir. And we're going to stir now for another 20 minutes. So after the full 30 minutes, so this is 20 minutes after the first 10 minutes, you can see that the curds are about the size of baked beans, each cube. So you know you've got down to the right size. So we're going to let that rest now for 10 minutes, let it settle on the bottom of the pot, and then we're going to drain it off. So we're going to drain through normal cheesecloth. So this is loose weave cheesecloth. And we're going to reserve the whey. I'm going to make ricotta out of that later on. Oh, I've got a full bucket. Get rid of that. Okay, so pop it into your cheesecloth and get any out with your clean hands. There we go. All good. Now any lumps, break them up as well. And now we're going to scoop the cheesecloth out, and we're going to put it straight into our mould, our cheese basket. Now I'm using a 165mm cheese basket, which will hold all this curds, no problems at all. So just squeeze that in there gently, make sure that there's no loose bits. You don't want to make the sides of the cheese look wonky. So just cover that over, put your follower on top, and then we're going to press quite lightly for 20 minutes at 5 kilograms. There we go. So 20 minutes later, just finish washing my hands and I put some vinegar on there. Kill any yeasts or moulds that have been airborne. So we'll just pull that off and take it out of the mould. And we're going to turn it over again and we're going to press further. So we're going to press now for 8 hours at 13 kilos or 30 pounds. There we go. So leave that for the 8 hours. And now we can take it out. We're not going to brine it because it's already got salt in it, so it's no big deal. So we'll take it out of the mould and we're going to put it into a ripening box. Now, that one I have there is too small, so I had to run away and go get another one. As you can see there's my big red one. And it's got a drying mat in the bottom. So pop it in the ripening box and we're going to cover that with the lid. So we're going to pop that away into the cheese cave or the cheese fridge or whatever you've got. And we're going to mature it at 12 degrees Celsius, 54 Fahrenheit at 90% humidity, which it will create in the maturing box. We'll do that for 4 weeks. Now we turn it daily for the first week. And then for the last 3 weeks, there's a little hair there, get rid of that. Bit of fluff. For the last 3 weeks, we're going to turn it twice weekly. As it says there. Alrighty, now it may get a little bit of mould or fluff on it, depends on how clean your ripening box is. So just wipe that down with a little bit of brine solution once a week. Now, after 4 weeks, this is what it looks like. Looks lovely. So now I had the misfortune of vacuum packing, so I don't actually recommend this. I would wax the cheese wheel now because the cheese is really soft and it does form eyes because of the mesophilic culture, the aromatic culture. We're actually inhibiting that from happening by vacuum packing it. So wax it unless you have no other option. So then you mature for another 2 weeks and then you can eat it. And then here is me 6 weeks after we made it, cutting the cheese. It's very soft. And we'll be able to have a look at the inside in a second. There we go, we've got holes, we've got eyes, that's fantastic. That's just how Havarti normally forms. Now if I had waxed that, the holes probably would have been a lot bigger. So as you can see, lovely, and you'll see inside, sorry for the shaky camera work, I had one hand on cheese and one hand on camera. You can see that there are eyes all through the cheese, which is fabulous. There's the half there. So wonderful, and it did taste amazing. So it has a very subtle flavour, it's very smooth and creamy, it's a delicious cheese. So don't forget to visit our shop to pick up the supplies and check out some of our own other videos. So I've got a Feta one there and quick mozzarella. Thanks for watching, we'll see you next time.
Well, there you have it, Curd Nerds. That's the live stream for today. Thank you so much for watching and joining me. The next live stream will be Ask the Cheese Man this weekend on Sunday morning, 8 AM my time here in Australia. But you just have to go to the go and have a look at the live videos on the channel, and it will show you what time it starts in your time zone. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and there may be another United Nations next Friday. I'm not sure. We'll have a look. If I schedule it, I schedule it. If I don't, I don't. But definitely we will have the Ask the Cheese Man on Sunday. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.